Quick question, how do you see your own feed?
When you turn it on, it's in the lower right-hand corner.
Okay, Bruce, we are recording, and we are at 4:09 p.m.
Okay, great. Calling the meeting to order at 4:09. Please call the roll.
Member LaHood?
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Wolf?
Present.
Member Wolf present. Member Tesfaye absent. Member Highland?
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Yankee?
Present.
Member Yankee present. Member Hinsey? Member Hinsey?
Getting herself unmuted. No, she's there. Fiona?
Present.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Had to get
Chair
off.
Wolf?
Here, present.
We have a quorum.
Okay, great. Okay.
Shall I
Let's
read?
start our opening statements. Go ahead.
Remote access to information and participation. In accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order Number N3320, declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak, and Mayor London Ann Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency issued on February 25th, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health officer, aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public comment via teleconference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to Cheryl Leger at sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process.
Okay. And meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Okay, let's call the first item.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force August 12, 2020 meeting.
Now,
I believe
we
every-
have the third part of number 1, agenda changes. Are there any changes or adjustments to the agenda?
I apologize. Yeah, I don't have that on my agenda. Are there any changes or adjustments to the agenda today?
I think you might want to,
Announce
Which-
what I just told you?
yeah, which case is that?
Okay. That is item number 5, file number 19080, complaint filed by Paul A. Vanderwert against the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 6725 for failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely manner. I have heard both from Mr. Vanderwert and the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing, and they have both informed me that they spoke this afternoon, and they are working to come to an agreement where documents will be exchanged, and they are hoping to conclude this before the next Sunshine Task Force meeting. So they were asking me if I would alert the committee and ask for a continuance.
Okay, so alert the task force.
Yes, I'm sorry, the task force.
It's just a kind of opening statement just of what's going to happen through the meeting. When we get to number 5, we'll have some action to
Make a decision.
Make a decision on continuance. Okay, any other changes or adjustments to the agenda? Hearing none. Is there any public comment on the agenda?
Yes, Peter Warfield. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Just very briefly, the agenda that I see does have agenda changes as item 1, so it was included, and I do appreciate your making an announcement early on. I believe the Sunshine ordinance requires that if you do know there's going to be changes, that you announce them as soon as possible. So I appreciate the announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Since it was just an announcement, there's no motion to be made to approve any changes at this time. Let's move on to our next item.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force August 12, 2020 meeting. Has anybody got any changes or corrections? I have a copy of them.
I have one, Cheryl.
Of course. How can I help you, Matthew?
All right, so item number 2, you have member Highland doing the second to the motion, but you also have him absent. So he can second if he needs that.
I have that one.
Okay.
And I'm
Item
wondering.
number 2. You said item number 2?
That's correct.
And I'm wondering about item number 4 also. Because if he was there for item number 2, was he up? Did he leave the meeting? Chris, do you remember?
Chris?
Yeah, the correction should be for 2 and 4.
Okay, so we're taking you out as absent. You participated in the vote?
No, absent for both.
Absent for both, okay.
So someone else must have done the second for that motion in item number 2 then.
Yeah, I came
All right,
out
I'll
of
look.
the meeting. So.
Do you recall what
Do
the
you
motion?
recall, Matthew?
I do not recall who did it. I made the motion, but I don't recall who did the second.
All right, I will look at the tape. I'll listen to the tape.
Yeah, I don't make the record of for the minutes. So yeah, if you don't mind doing that. So with that adjustment that will be forthcoming, we'll report on it at the next meeting. Considering that it's not substantive, unless, hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, there were 6 people there. Okay, since there was still quorum there and he was absent, then it's just an adjustment of whoever was the second. Any other changes or adjustments to the minutes? Seeing none. Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes with the update forthcoming?
Sure, I'll move to approve them with the update.
Public comment?
Hold on a minute. Let me get the second.
Fiona second.
Okay, moved by member Yankee, second by member Hinsey. Okay, public comment.
Okay, hang on a second. Timer. Okay, Mr. Warfield.
Yeah, this is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm glad to see in general, I have not had a chance to review these minutes as fully as I would like to, but I'm generally glad to see as much detail as possible. One of the things that happens routinely is that essentially points are elucidated or partially elucidated, and in a sense, understandings are brought to the surface through what happens in minutes. And I think it's very valuable and very important to be as crystal clear as possible for the education of the public. So on item 6, as an example, it says that there was a complaint about the police commission agenda item, an agenda item before the police commission, before the meeting took place. And it says, Chair B. Wolf learned 3 reports were to be discussed in one agenda item, and in response to this error, he quoted the ordinance to them. On and off, there has been, certainly in my experience, a good deal of issue with respect to having multiple items, multiple different reports, and so on within a single item. And of course, what that does is it shrinks drastically the opportunities for public comment and general discussion. So I would very much appreciate if we would elucidate a little bit what error was quoted, what error was cited, and what portion of the ordinance was quoted, because I think that would be certainly very key to people's understanding about what was the problem here. And other than asserting that there was an error and that there was a quote from the ordinance, I think it would be very useful if there would be a little bit of elucidation for what was the error of this, and what portion of the ordinance was quoted.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hang on.
Next speaker. Okay,
Hello?
okay, is there someone there? No? Okay, closing public comment on the minutes. Can we take this by acclamation? Seeing no objection, the minutes are approved. Let's move on to the next item.
Item number 3, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Okay, since it's not 5 o'clock and
You want to hold off?
comes directly at 5 o'clock, let's move on to item number 4, and we'll come back to public comment 5.
Okay. Item number 4, file number 20072. For Board of Supervisors, file number 200552, authorizing Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to meet in July 2020, and inclusive of Administrative Code Chapter 67, but not limited to Administrative Code Chapter 6730C. Sunshine Ordinance hearing to consider the impact of emergency orders due to COVID-19, which resulted in the temporary suspension of various provisions of the California Public Records Act, Ralph M. Brown Open Meetings Act, San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance, and other related laws and statutes that may apply within the jurisdiction of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. We have 4 subjects: public records requests delayed during the emergency, issues related to the lack of meetings posting, lack of access to the meetings during the emergency, planning and standards for future emergencies.
One moment, I lost my video here for a second on my end. Here we go. Okay, sorry, I lost my video. Okay, so just an update. We received from member Tesfaye her notes on this. Was that included in the agenda?
No, I only got them, when did I get them? Monday? It's too late to put in the agenda.
Okay, too late for the agenda. All right,
I did ask if she wanted me to send them to the other members of the task force. I didn't hear anything.
No, she did respond. She said, that she wanted me to review it first.
Okay.
So
what I'm saying is I didn't send it forward.
All right. Well, we'll hold off on it since it came so late. But just to note that the work that she did with the League of Women Voters, they have finished that work, and with regards to creating a one-stop shop for the entire city with regards to meetings and the schedule of meetings and where posting of agendas and things like that. So we'll have that for the next meeting. Okay. and I'll have to review what we, yeah, I think we're going to have to wait till the next meeting, unfortunately. So it's not going to be till October, so another 30 days. All right.
Well,
We'll.
One thing I will
Well-
say, and I think maybe Victor could probably provide comment on this, in October we might also have the appointments taken care of for the 4 seats that are vacant. Just
Okay.
Victor, do you have anything to say?
I don't know. I don't know why that's applicable right now.
All right.
That's
Well, I
not
thought it
a
was.
subject. And so if you don't mind, we want to keep on topic here. So we'll wait. We'll review it. We'll wait. It's unfortunate it came so soon before the meeting. But in order to distribute the findings. So, all right. Well, we'll move forward on that. The recommendations are taking me a little bit longer than expected because I'm receiving so many examples that are applicable for each one of the sections to provide kind of support for why we're requesting these recommendations. So I do apologize that they haven't been submitted sooner than later. But we want to make sure that it's rock solid and that it's something that won't bring too much question or any questions at all from the Board of Supervisors. Something that they can look at, read, understand, and then be able to move forward with any one or all recommendations that we put forward for change. We obviously are going to be in this state for quite some time. So hopefully things won't begin to get worse than they are in some respects, but not all respects. And we'll just take it. Is there anything else anybody has to add in this section that has popped up for them? Any red flags that they want to report? Any other issues that you might think we overlooked or were ignorant of at this point? If not, then let's open it up for public comment. Maybe we'll hear some things there, and come back to discussion. So Cheryl, if you're ready with the clock.
I am. Do you have?
Public comment. So, is there any public comment
Yes.
on this side?
Hello?
Yes, public comment.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hi, Anonymous here. Thank you very much for considering this. Just a reminder, I think I've given in the past that you did in one of your earlier meetings here move for certain specific recommendations to the Board of Supervisors to eliminate suspensions from the 5th supplemental proclamation regarding, for example, the catch-all exemption and the contract draft exemption. There are other things in there as well. So please do consider that motion from your earlier meetings and have it in your letter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yes, those have been included. Next speaker. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to say something.
Hang on a second, Peter. Hang on. Go ahead, Mr. Warfield.
Yes, thank you for considering these things. I would imagine that there are a huge number of detailed examples and types of issues within the 4 bulleted issues that you have listed here. One thing that you have not listed is the what I consider to be a very serious problem for open government, and that is the lack of meetings, the lack of prompt hearings at the Sunshine Task Force itself. And also my concern that how well will those meetings go? So, for example, will I be sitting on a telephone when and if there's a hearing on, let's say, a complaint that Library Users Association has brought, while on the other hand, the other party might be there with a computer and with all of the benefits of visual connection, visual presence, and the possibility also of perhaps showing a chart or something visually. I think that there ought to be some provision made for a place to go where a person who doesn't have access to a computer could use the technology that others are using to be represented in any kind of a hearing that the task force has. But I do think that the lack of hearings, pardon? I thought somebody said something. The lack of hearings is very serious, and the question of how are you going to proceed with your hearings, I think, is also a question. The 4 vacancies that have been going on for some time are also a concern because, as you well know, a supermajority is required, and the supermajority gets all the more intense when there are only, less than a full complement of members. Every absence and every vacancy essentially becomes a no vote, a vote of no on a complaint, and that also presents really insuperable obstacles, I think, to a sense of fairness. There's another issue. I think that the comment that I had a moment ago about the minutes, I think it would be tremendously useful for the Sunshine Task Force to provide advance notice of what the changes are that affect the users of open government law, and to also opine at times without necessarily a person having to file a complaint.
Mr. Warfield, your time is up.
Just before we go on, I just want to address one point of the last speaker. So for holding, this will be our first meeting where we would actually be hearing, hearing cases. Both parties will be on the phone, and will be, if there's any reference to anything with regards to what is currently in the record, everybody will have their own copies of the record. We'll refer to it by page number at that point. That way, whether you're on the phone or not, everybody still has the basic access of the hard copy or the electronic copy. We avoid the issues around the video to do that. And as we begin to figure this out with the platform, hopefully it'll get better as we go along. So we just felt it was very important to at least start with getting going with some cases, and we'll try to keep it as bare bones as possible to begin with, but a way for everybody to be able to have access to all the documents. And if there isn't a document available during the meeting, then we'll deal with it at that point. But this is how we'll proceed moving forward. Okay, the next speaker. Okay, seeing no other. Go ahead, speaker.
Yes. So in regards to the state of emergency and that, limiting the powers of the Sunshine Ordinance, or the scope of the Sunshine Ordinance, I'd just like to raise some concerns about, the extent of, the emergency, like, is there any sort of definition of when will the emergency end? Because COVID-19 is not going to be eradicated anytime soon. So are there any goalposts as to when we will be out of the state of emergency. So clarity on that would be much appreciated. And I also would like to echo the concerns of the earlier speakers. In general, I think that that regardless of whether or not we're in the state of emergency, just generally having broader transparency and being able to have documents released in a timely manner and hearings held and meetings posted and whatnot would be much appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Yeah.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, just to answer the speaker's question, currently the shelter-in-place order is indefinite at this point in time. As the city begins to try to open up certain sections with regards to public meetings and actual government offices, will still be in the shelter-in-place mode. We have no idea at this point. We're following the same news reports that everybody else is with regards to the mayor and the board of supervisors motivations on this in this area. Okay, next speaker. Okay, seeing no others, it is 4:36. Shall we try to take on a complaint, members? Let's skip to item number 5. We'll return back to item number 3 at 5 o'clock or thereabouts.
All right.
Please ask if both parties are here. Oh, number 5 is the,
number 5 is the Peter Vanderwert.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do that. Trying to kill some time.
All right. Item number 5, file number 19080, complaint filed by Paul A. Vanderwert against the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 6725 for failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely manner.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say, do you want me to repeat it for the record?
Sure. For
okay.
the record, go.
I received emails from both Mr. Vanderwert and Dylan Schneider of the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing, and both emails stated that they had spoken on the phone today and that they are working together to get Mr. Vanderwert the records that he is requesting. They were reviewing the request and asked that this particular matter be continued until the next Sunshine Task Force hearing, at which time they believe everything should be exchanged properly and timely, and hopefully we'll be able to dismiss it quickly.
Okay, good. Okay, any discussion on the matter or a motion?
Public comment when you want to call it.
Yes, after we make the motion. Okay, seeing no comment, discussion from the members, is there a motion to continue?
This is Lila. I'll make a motion to continue this matter to the next meeting.
Okay, moved by member LaHood. Is there a second?
This is Matt. I'll second it.
Second by member Yankee. Okay, let's have some public comment.
Yes.
Any comments? Go ahead, speaker.
Hi.
Hang on.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So one thing that might need to be
Is this
considered,
anonymous?
and I know that yes, this is anonymous. So one thing that might be helpful is in the future, if a case can be considered for continuance kind of early on in the agenda creation, some other file might take that slot. I know you can't really do anything about it right now, but I know, like, for example, there was yet another case, for example, between me and the city attorney. It was removed from the agenda, and hopefully some other some other person can get that slot. So if you guys have time for all those cases, thank you.
Just
No. Next comment, next speaker. Okay, seeing no other public
wait
comment.
a minute. I'm not sure how you're calling. Are you calling on people, or how do you?
Yes, we just call whoever speaks up. We'll take them in turn. Next speaker.
Okay, so this is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. One of the things that I don't know the story behind this, but it looks like the complaint must have been filed well over half a year ago if on February 25th you've already had a Compliance and Amendments Committee hearing that found SOTF has jurisdiction and so on and so forth, what's mentioned in the agenda item. So often we have seen that the task force just having a hearing, and I don't know that this is the case here, but so often we see that just having the task force scheduling a hearing and push coming to shove, as it were, seems then to put people into, let us say, some level of agreement, put some pressure on the agencies to do some action that is satisfactory to the complainant. And that's one reason I think that the lack of hearings is, well, certainly I can say that I think it's a very serious matter. And in a sense, the effect is a kind of suspension of open government law as it might apply in cases where there might be a complaint brought. The scheduling, even the scheduling of a hearing, and for folks to know that there's going to be a hearing if it isn't resolved, I think is a very beneficial thing which has been missing, and which I think it's urgent that you repair that and set hearings as soon as possible for all of the pending complaints. I was interested in the sort of before a complaint is heard, that in the minutes, the idea that the chair would go to an agency and tell them what they did was wrong, even before the meeting. I think that's terrific. I'm not clear how that could be made to happen in other cases, or in what circumstances there would be that sort of outside of the usual course of events activity. But any of those sorts of things where actually something is happening or scheduled to happen is very, very valuable and useful, and I hope you'll be scheduling routinely. I hope you also let the complainant know that the violation still stands, and it's an issue of timeliness, even if they finally do turn the stuff up. It bothers me that they should then wait until the very last moment, and that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker. Okay, seeing no other speakers, public comment is closed. Cheryl, just a question. Did Mr. Vanderwert agree to the continuance?
Yes, he did.
Okay,
He
great.
did. It was in his email. I do want to let you know that there's been a shift in the hierarchy at Department of Homelessness. Dylan Schneider is new in her position, and I think she wants to get this taken care of as quickly for Mr. Vanderwert as possible.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, let's go to a vote. Please call the roll.
Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Tesfaye, absent. Member Hinsey? Fiona?
Sorry, guys, I'm back.
Okay. So that's an aye?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aye.
Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion to continue the matter passes.
Okay. Well, we still got 15 minutes. Boy, we're rolling along here. Let's go to the next item.
Item number 6, file number 19111, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Supervisor Rafael Mandolin for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner.
Are both parties here?
Yeah, hi, this is Michael Petrellis. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Is Supervisor Mandelman or a representative here?
Yes, Tom Temprano from Supervisor Mandelman's office here as well.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, so we will hear from the petitioner first, and then we'll hear, this is a process for those that are not familiar. We'll hear from the petitioner first for 5 minutes, then we'll ask for any witnesses thereafter. Then we'll hear from the respondent for 5 minutes, then we'll ask for any witnesses thereafter. Then the task force will have a question and answer period for either party. Then there will be rebuttals from both parties. The respondent will go first, and then the petitioner will go last, and then the task force will deliberate and will either will take some action or not at that point. If a motion is made, we'll take public comment on the motion, and then we'll vote, and that will then end that complaint process. So let's start with the petitioner. Are you ready, Mr. Petrellis?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Cheryl, are you ready with the clock?
Yes.
Okay, great. You have 5 minutes.
I am just going to start my own clock on my phone. Hi, this is Michael Petrellis. I am a bit surprised that this matter was originally heard back in November, and that was before the COVID-19 pandemic. And I feel that the supervisor and his 3 paid staff should have provided me with the documents sooner, and I hope that the task force members will find the supervisor in violation of the Sunshine Law. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, complainant? Hearing none. Respondent?
Okay,
Cheryl,
hang
you ready?
on. Hang on. Okay, I'm ready. Go ahead.
Okay, respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Well, hello, task force members. My name is Tom Temprano, and I'm a legislative aide for Supervisor Rafael Mandelman. Thank you for allowing me to respond on his behalf to complaint number 19111 filed by Mr. Michael Petrellis. I'd like to begin by thanking the members and staff of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for your work. Supervisor Mandelman shares your commitment to protecting the public's interest in open government and transparency. Since Supervisor Mandelman took office in July of 2018, our office has dutifully completed many Sunshine requests, and this is the only such request that has resulted in a complaint to this task force. When I last spoke with the Compliance and Amendments Committee on November 26, 2019, I noted that our office had worked diligently and in good faith to comply with the public records request made by Mr. Petrellis on October 7, 2019. At that time, we had sent him 7 emails releasing records and updating him on the progress of his request, and provided him with 880 pages of calendars and emails on a rolling basis as he had requested. Since that time, we have fully completed Mr. Petrellis' request, and as of January 17, 2020, all records requested by Mr. Petrellis, totaling 969 pages of responsive documents, have been submitted. We have no additional records responsive to his request. As we stated in our initial response to Mr. Petrellis' email, his request was voluminous, expansive, and burdensome in nature. His request, which we worked with Mr. Petrellis to narrow slightly to a broad set of search terms for emails, sought thousands of pages of calendar entries, emails, and text messages. Each of these documents required individual review by staff for applicable redactions or withholdings. Accommodating this request required many hours of staff time from our office, as well as the Office of the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors and City Attorney. We believe strongly in the importance of the Sunshine Ordinance, and staff has duly complied with this request, but we had to balance the accommodation of his request with many daily requests we receive from constituents and others, including other Sunshine requests, and our duties staffing Supervisor Mandelman on the Board of Supervisors and the many committees on which he serves. A detailed account of our communications with Mr. Petrellis has been provided to each of you, along with copies of the hundreds of pages of documents that have been provided to Mr. Petrellis. I would like to apologize to the committee clerk, as I know that due to the very large size of these documents, there were issues including them in the committee agenda. I apologize, Ms. Leger. This is a learning experience, and we will not provide documents of that size to you again, so my apologies. Here is a brief summary of records we have turned over to Mr. Petrellis on a rolling basis in our communications. On October 7th, Mr. Petrellis requested the immediate disclosure of all of Supervisor Mandelman's calendar items from January 1st through October 7th, and all texts and emails sent or received from September 1st through October 7th. On October 8th, we responded to this request, informing him that due to the voluminous and indiscriminate nature of the materials requested, we were unable to provide all responsive records immediately, but would respond further by October 21st. On October 9th, Mr. Petrellis responded that he was in receipt of our communication and requested the release of responsive records on a rolling basis. On October 15th, we responded asking Mr. Petrellis whether there were any specific search criteria he would like to apply with regards to emails due to the voluminous nature of emails received by the supervisor. On October 16th and 17th, Mr. Petrellis provided a series of search terms. On October 23rd, we provided calendar entries from January through March. These records totaled 100 pages. On October 30th, we provided calendar entries from April through June. These records totaled 155 pages. On November 12th, we provided calendar entries from July through October 7th. These records totaled 134 pages. On November 19th, we provided all emails sent or received from September 1st through October 7th that included his provided search terms. These records totaled 491 pages. On January 17th, we provided all texts sent or received from September 1st through October 7th that included his provided search terms. These records totaled 89 pages. On January 28th, Mr. Petrellis, he had throughout that time acknowledged receipt of these records and acknowledged his final receipt of records on January 28th. The evidence shows that we have produced all documents responsive to Mr. Petrellis' request and have done so in a timely manner. We are happy to continue engaging with Mr. Petrellis in good faith, as we have for nearly a year, should he want to talk through these records or have any additional questions. We do find that the allegations of violations to the Sunshine Ordinance are without basis, as we complied with his request and did so in close consultations with the Records and Project Manager of the Board of Supervisors and the City Attorney's Office to ensure no violations were committed. Thank you.
Just temporary, okay.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, seeing none. Members, questions and answers. This is our discovery portion.
This is Lila. I have a question for Mr. Petrellis.
Go ahead, Member LaHood.
Mr. Petrellis, it sounds like you were provided with documents on a rolling basis.
Correct.
Do you have complaints about the pace at explain to me what complaint you have about receiving the documents on a rolling basis.
That the documents were not provided sooner, and it was only last week that I received the additional responsive records, especially the calendars for the supervisor.
So in August, not in January. August is when you received the final installment.
Yes, last week of August, just maybe 7-8 days ago. And these were the big files that Tom Temprano was talking about. And somehow the big PDFs were provided to Cheryl, who was able to forward them to me, and then I had no problem downloading and reading them.
This is Fiona for Mr. Petrellis again. Mr. Petrellis, am I correct in the assumption that you now have, it sounds like you now have everything that you were looking for?
Yes, that is my belief.
Okay. So it's just a timeliness issue then that you're at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, may I respond to something that the complainant just said?
Let me ask you a question, said Mr. Temprano. This is Member Highland.
Sure. Sorry.
So do you acknowledge that the calendar portion of the request was only just delivered? Let's start with that.
Thank you, Mr. Highland. No, that is inaccurate. I actually have copies of email correspondences with Mr. Petrellis that have been shared with the task force showing that he did, in fact, receive those last year and replied that he had received those documents. So I believe that statement is inaccurate. I would be happy to send those emails to Mr. Petrellis, that he forward the emails he sent to our office in response to him to remind him, because I know some time has passed, but that I believe is incorrect. He received those calendar entries, and I'm dating, the dates were, sorry, let me pull up my notes here. On October 23rd, 2019, he received calendar entries from January through March. On October 30th, he received calendar entries from April through June. On October 31st, he acknowledged receipt of those emails. And on November 12th, we provided further calendar entries from July through October 2019 to Mr. Petrellis.
Okay, thank you. And do you by chance have an index of all the records that you sent to Mr. Petrellis? And is that something you sent to Ms. Leger?
I'm not by an index. I submitted to her all of the records that we had submitted to Mr. Petrellis. I think that was unhelpful in that it was just these very large documents of hundreds and hundreds of pages. But those were all submitted to Ms. Leger.
Okay. Going forward, just best practices for things of this voluminous nature. Always best to have an index. That way it's there. Everyone's looking at the same sheet of music. Next question for you. What did you send him 8-10 days ago? Was it something you'd sent before, or what was that material?
No, I didn't have any direct contact with Mr. Petrellis. I believe the last direct contact that he has had with our office on this matter was an email dated January 28th, in which he acknowledged the receipt of the final responsive records. I had sent Ms. Leger because I was actually unaware that all the material that I had provided for the committee hearing was already a part of the record, had resent the documentation that included all of those calendar entries and emails, and I believe that Ms. Leger then sent those to Mr. Petrellis after I had resent them. So I believe that's what he's referring to, but again, he received those records directly from us over a series of emails beginning October 23rd, 2019.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Members, any other questions?
Yeah, this is Lila. I have a question for Mr. Petrellis.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Petrellis, have you been able to look back at the emails you received in October, November, and it sounds like the last batch in January? Is it possible that the documents you received 10 days ago were also included in those previous email dispatches?
Okay. I have not checked to see if these documents were previously provided to me. I do want to acknowledge that it was the task force that sent me the most recent documents, and I assumed that these were documents I had not received previously. And I have not looked to see if what was sent last week are documents provided to me in January. And to be honest with you, my memory is quite fuzzy about that pre-COVID-19 time and this matter that was before the committee. And I will assume that I made a mistake in what I said previously about the documents that came last week, based on what Tom Temprano has said, that he has the emails from me showing confirmation that I received the responsive records. And I would just like to add, let's assume the records from last week were previously provided to me, and right now I'm not saying that the delay from January to now was something different than what had already been given to me up to January. And I guess that brings me back to the committee members who felt there was potential of a violation, and that's why this matter is now before the full task force.
Mr. Temprano, this is
Hold on, Member Hensey. I think Member Yankee wanted to ask a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Really quickly, I was just wondering if the respondent could point to, if it happens to be in the documents that were part of, that attached to the agenda, if that January email confirming receipt of the final batch of documents is part of those. I know there's several PDFs that were attached.
I'm not sure if it was a part of those. There is a document from, I believe, from the initial batch that is an email record of emails that have been sent to Mr. Petrellis. The document, I believe, is titled Reply Amending Immediate Disclosure Request Corrupt Mandelman's Calendars Emails Text.pdf, which documents a series of communications between Mr. Petrellis and our office late last year. I'm trying to confirm whether the January email is there. If it is not, I am very happy to I can send that to the clerk and the members if it was not included.
Okay, thank you.
Member Hensey?
Member
I'd like to recognize Member Test 5 at 5:02.
Member Yankee had the exact question I had, so once you could find that, if you could reference a page number, that'd be great, if you have it in there.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, are we ready to move to rebuttals?
That's 3 minutes, right, Bruce?
Okay, yes, 3 minutes rebuttals. We start with the respondent. Mr. Temprano, you have 3 minutes rebuttals.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again, task force members, for your consideration of this item and for your service on this task force. As I had mentioned, I believe that Mr. Petrellis' allegations of violations to the Sunshine Ordinance are in fact without basis. We did comply with his request and did so in consultation, as I said, with both the Records and Project Manager of the Board of Supervisors and the City Attorney's Office, specifically to ensure no violations were committed. We did provide Mr. Petrellis with nearly 1,000 pages worth of documents on a rolling basis, as he had requested, and we provided these records to him regularly and in a timely fashion, and communicated with him consistently, beginning with his first email, which we responded to within a day, and continuing until the records had been submitted. We have provided significant documentation to the task force, as well as to Mr. Petrellis, that shows that we did fully comply with this request, and we respectfully ask that the task force determine that our office has not committed any violation. Thank you.
Okay, please reset the clock. Mr. Petrellis, you have 3 minutes.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi. Yes. I would just like to say that what I stated back in November at the committee, I stand by that. That at that point there was a delay in getting all the documents, and I have nothing to add, nothing new to add to that.
Okay, thank you. Members, deliberation?
This is Lila. When we had our compliance and amendments hearing, obviously that was defined jurisdiction, and as Mr. Petrellis said, at that point he was still awaiting some documents. It seems to me, based on the reports from both sides, that there was a good faith effort to provide documents on a rolling basis, and that those were provided. That's all I have to say.
Anybody else? Member Hensey?
Sure. This is Fiona. I guess my view is that if we can find that email that says that Mr. Petrellis acknowledged that the calendar portion that he allegedly then received last week was delivered in January, then when was the initial request made? I guess there's still a timeliness issue, sort of, but again, it was on a rolling basis, so that's all I have, I guess.
I just want to point out that the respondent, let's see, that the respondent replied on the following day of the complaint. The complaint was made on October 7th. According to our records in the memo here, it states that the following day, the respondent's office sent an email to the complainant stating because they need to, quote, because of our office needs to consult with another city department regarding the request, and due to the voluminous nature of the materials requested, we're unable to provide the response by the end of the day today. Respondent's office stated that it would respond further by October 21st. So I don't know, as far as the responsiveness, whether there's with regards to the IDR, whether that's an issue here. Anything else, members, or is there a motion? Is there a motion?
It has been so long, now I do not recall what we do in a case where we don't find a violation. And I know we've done some gymnastics around this. What can you remind me how we handle situations like this?
Well, I'd first like to say that because we're having the case today, doesn't necessarily negate what has happened in a period of time prior. I think in this case, because there was some agreement to receive documents on a rolling basis, that there, that kind of lends some merit to the case itself. And so whether, the question is what was considered timely with regards to a rolling basis now that, we've had to deal with 6 months of almost complete shutdown. So if you think back, if the case was heard, let's say at the end of February instead, would the period of time still be reasonable or not? So I would look at things from kind of give it some perspective with regards to that too. So with regards to how we deal with finding no violation, we generally want to find that we definitively find that there that we acknowledge that complaint was made and that we don't find that there was a violation of what is being of the sections that are being complained.
I have one more question regarding this. At this point, do we feel as though it might be necessary to give Mr. Petrellis time to verify that he did receive those earlier documents?
Well, I would say that the one thing that's troubling me on this is that he received the documents from our office and not directly from the respondent. Is that not right?
No, I think the point is that he may have received them from the respondent many months ago. And
Correct,
should we give
right.
him time to verify that he did receive, that he may have already received those documents?
And why, just to ask, why is that relevant?
Why is that relevant?
Yeah, I mean, if you received them now.
Well, at the beginning of the meeting, he believed that he had received this last batch of documents in August.
Okay.
But according to the respondent, those documents were sent to Mr. Petrellis more than 6 months ago. It sounds like Mr. Petrellis is not sure, and so perhaps we need to give him time to verify that before we make an official decision on it.
If he didn't receive them, what would we be considering?
Well, if he didn't receive them until August, then I would say there was a timeliness issue. But if he had received them as part of the delivery of documents on a rolling basis, then to me it seems like there probably wasn't a violation because the office and the people responding to this, responded to the IDR and said it's going to take us some time. We'll deliver these on a rolling basis, which they then did. I mean, it sounds like the only gap in there was that maybe documents weren't delivered in December, which, due to the holidays and people being out of the office, but it sounds like it was finished up in January. If he did actually receive those documents, if he looks and he's, nope, this is the first time I've received them in August. And at this point, I don't know that Mr. Petrellis is able to confirm that for us.
Okay. Right. And do you want to hear from Mr. Petrellis on that point?
Mr. Petrellis, are you able to confirm during this meeting whether you received those documents either in late 2019 or early 2020, or would you need more time to verify that?
I just started looking through old email, and I did find a PDF from Tom Temprano that is labeled texts because I had requested messages the supervisor had texted. So that I received. I cannot find what I believe is the other document for these calendars. I don't see it on my list of things from Mandelman's office. Is there any way, Tom, you can find this email with those records? Because I continue to look for like the next minute or so.
Sure. And what I would say, they may have not been sent from my email. It may have been sent from Mandelman staff at sfgov.org. But I also I've also found in the documents supplied to you, task force, the emails I had requested. I believe this is the first, in my looking at your agenda, if you click on the item 6, part 1 of part 1, so it's, I think, the first document that was submitted, or the first set of documents, if you go down to page 14, at the top of page 14, there is an email from Mr. Petrellis dated Monday, November 11th, 2019, where he confirms to the committee clerk that he had received several months of calendar entries, but no emails and texts. So that is a confirmation from him of receipt of those calendar entries. And as I laid out, we did, following that communication from him, we did supply those emails and text messages, but there is an email from him to the task force clerk confirming receipt of those calendar entries in November of last year that is in your packet.
Any other? Are we waiting for Mr. Petrellis, or are we?
I am. Thank you. I'm scrolling down to November emails, looking for what Tom just referred to. Tom, what date am I looking for in November?
Sure. So let me see. You would be looking for. Let me find the first set. So we sent you a first set of calendar entries on October 23rd. We sent another batch on October 30th. And on November 12th, we sent a third and final batch of calendar entries. So those dates would be, again, October 23rd, October 30th, and November 12th. You received emails with calendar entries from, I believe, Mandelman staff at sfgov.org.
Yes, the Octobers are found. And back to November.
Yeah, it would be November 12th.
You serious?
Found it. You're right. It came from Mandelman staff at sfgov.org, and it's calendars for July through October that were provided to me on November 12th.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Anything for?
So I acknowledge that I am not sure what was voted on at the committee level back in November, that if I had complained in November about the timeliness, I cannot remember what I provided to the task force then that led the committee members to vote, yay, let's send this on to the full task force.
What probably happened then is generally at the committee level, we are just finding that the documents are in fact public, that they are within our jurisdiction, our section of law that we focus on, and to achieve the 45-day rule for making those decisions. The other questions that may come forward is if all the documents that are pertaining to a case are collected. So that way, when the case comes before the task force is missing documents, it's not a complete file, that kind of thing. So really, at the committee level, it's somewhat perfunctory, really just to comply with the 35-day rule.
Understood now.
For the
Okay.
task jurisdiction. So we would not have gone into very much detail at the committee.
So how do we move forward at this point?
Well, at this point, the question is now with the task force members if they feel that if there is a violation or not, as to whether all the documents that were requested have been satisfied. So now I'll go back to our task force members, and I'll ask for any further deliberation and a motion.
This is Fiona. I think given the bit of discovery that we just had, and thank you in that, go ahead and sign no button.
You're moving to find no violation. Is that what you're saying, Fiona?
Fiona?
Correct.
Okay, so there's a motion to find no violation of 6725. Is there a second?
I'll second.
So moved by my member Hinsey, second by member LaHood. Any further discussion, members, before we go to public comment? Okay, let's go to public comment.
Yes.
Cheryl, you ready for the clock?
Yeah, Peter Warfield.
Yep. Hang on.
Okay, go ahead, speaker.
Go ahead, Peter.
Anonymous or Peter Warfield? Which one?
Peter Warfield.
Okay, this is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com. I've mentioned this before. I think it would be tremendously valuable for there to be a document prepared by. What's happening with the noise?
Whoever, please mute yourself. Whoever has that voice, thank you. Continue, speaker.
It would be tremendously useful for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force as a service to the public to assist the public with a fairly compact summary of changes to the law under the current COVID-19 rules that the state and the mayor have imposed with regard to changes to Sunshine. The agencies all have the city attorney to assist them with those sorts of questions, but the public does not. And there are a tremendous number of statements that have been made, edicts issued by the state government and the city government.
I'm sorry, Mr. Warfield, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. How is this? The comment is to be pertinent to the motion that is on the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had gotten to public comment. I'm sorry.
No, we are not in general public comment.
I thought you had already taken a vote not to find a violation.
No, we have not voted yet. We're still in the middle of the process. That's okay.
Sorry. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. We'll be glad to hear your comments during public comment. Are there, on the motion to find no violation, is there any further speakers?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Anonymous? Is that anonymous?
Yes. All right. So I would urge a no vote on this motion to find no violation, because that would say that there is no problem with the response with respect to following the Sunshine laws. And I'm going to point you to page 239 of part 1. It's P239. And here the respondent replies, as a disclaimer, please note that records containing personal information, privileged information, or personal matters And there's a whole different, I think there's 13 different laws that they say they've used to redact these records. As you know, 67.26 requires that information that is exempt from disclosure shall be masked, deleted, or otherwise segregated in order that the non-exempt portion of a requested record may be released, and keyed by footnote or other clear reference to the appropriate justification for withholding required by section 67.27. I don't see any way throughout all the hundreds of pages that the respondent has provided that they tell the member of the public, as they're required under 6726, which justification is for which redaction. And next, on page 307 of Part 5, this is a Prop G calendar, I presume, the calendar that's required for members of the Board of Supervisors. This is page 15 of your PDF, but P307 of the footer. You'll see that there is a meeting with neighbors, and there's a location, and it's redacted. And you can't do that. A Prop G calendar, as you've held previously in my own cases, you have to disclose where the meeting occurred. And if there is some other reason that they can't disclose where this meeting occurred, they need to justify each of these things. So I think there are violations. Even if you don't want to find a specific violation, I would urge a no vote on the fact that there are no violations. Thank you very much.
Are there any other speakers on the motion? Seeing none. Okay, that's some interesting comment there. I will note for the record that the complaint that's been brought forward is specifically on timeliness, and it's not with regards to any other aspect of the records that had already been received. And so those items are not necessarily before us, and we tend to not go on fishing expeditions to just go find other violations other than what the petitioner is concerned about. And obviously, we have not heard any testimony. There's been no written documents or from the petitioner with regards to the points that the public speaker had presented. So I personally am not inclined to, while I agree that there could be other things that could be addressed, it's not relevant to this particular case with regards to the complaint that is before us that we're being asked to make a determination on. Is there any other members, any other discussion? Shall we move to a vote? Okay, please call the roll.
On the motion to find no violation of 6725, the member Hensy?
Aye.
Member Hensy, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Wolf? Josh?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much, parties. Let's go back to item number 3.
I think you mean item number 3. Yes, I'm sorry. Item number 3. Mr. Warfield, can you wait a minute? Item number 3, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
Public speakers. Cheryl, are you ready with the clock?
3 minutes?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
we're all
public
set.
speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Warfield?
Thank you. Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com. My apologies for going in. It's a little bit confusing when you're on the telephone to know when the cue is to speak. It looks like actually a moment At one point, I was almost not getting a chance to speak because I had started too early, was asked to wait, and then I didn't know when there was a, didn't want to butt in again and interrupt anything, and thought that I might be called upon. But those sorts of things I think can be, with a little bit of flexibility, as was shown at the time, can be handled. I do think that that's an example of the kinds of confusions and unclarities that the technology imposes as opposed to in a real-life meeting. And I think that that is something that would be useful for this group to do, and that is to think about guidelines for how to run meetings. I noticed that on item 4, one of your concerns is lack of access to the meetings during the emergency. I'm not sure if that includes the inability of people or the failure of people routinely, and you hear this all the time, for a variety of reasons, excuse me, to be able to make public comment. I think that, for example, Angela Calvillo does a pretty good job of giving space for people to speak up or to unmute themselves where that's necessary, and so on, and where there might be confusion about those sorts of mechanical things. But I think it would be useful for you to think about guidelines to agencies, and especially to be a little bit flexible. What I started out saying was about your preparation of summary of change law. The agencies all have the city attorney to help them with the countless edicts that have come from the mayor and from the state. There was your first vice president and your second president of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force way back when, James Chafee, and he prepared a kind of citizen's bill of rights, or a person's bill of rights under open government law, which laid out in fairly straightforward and simple language what people's rights are under the law. Prompt look at, and if requested, copies of records and so on, in plain English and not on 37 pages as the Sunshine Task Force is. And I think it would be tremendously valuable for those who are a little bit at sea to have a clear statement of what has changed, what is different, what can be expected. Thank you.
Cheryl, if you don't mind, when 30 seconds comes, can you please make a verbal notation? Thank you. Next speaker.
Hang on.
I would like to make public comment. This is Michael Petrellis.
Go ahead, Mr. Petrellis.
Hi. I use the stopwatch, the clock on my cell phone. I'm speaking on my landline, so I can use the cell phone as my own timer, and I find it very helpful. That said, I want to thank all of the members of the task force for your volunteerism for democracy and transparency. I think the service you provide to the city is just terrific, and more people should know about your work. And that leads to my second point, which is I would like for these full task force meetings to be aired on SF.gov TV, and that it should be relatively easy and inexpensive for all of you members and Cheryl or Victor to be seen on the screen via Zoom. As you know, I've advocated for years that the monthly meetings air on government TV, but there's not been money in the budget for that. Well, now that we're all meeting remotely, I believe the city has pretty much perfected how to hold these sorts of meetings on Zoom, and they air on our local cable station. And that's it for me for today. Thank you.
May I speak?
Go ahead, Anonymous.
Sure. I wanted to agree with the first commenter that I think a Bill of Rights, a summary of the Sunshine Ordinance would be something very helpful for this task force to publish. I think that I've suggested in the past an ombudsperson type role that would work be on the staff of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and have basically an unofficial role that they can advise, make suggestions, even if they can't make binding orders like the task force can. And perhaps that would speed things along where, there is some sort of negotiation that can be made, some compromise can be made, and both the member of the public and the city finishes the request and the member of the public gets what they want without having to go through a full complaint process. And I also wanted to thank you for returning to handling complaints. Finally, I noticed that I think your motion in the last complaint found no violation of that specific section. And I think that seemed like a change from things you've found in the past where you just find no violation in general. And so then what your chair said makes total sense. That particular section, whatever you're investigating may not be violated, instead of saying the whole Sunshine Ordinance wasn't violated. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Hello, speaker?
Bruce, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Just before we go on, I want to just respond to the last speaker with regards to the ombudsman point. Our administrator actually is an ombudsman for the public. If generally complaints do come in, or questions, or people want help, and they can, our administrator is charged with being able to help them. And it actually is somewhat helpful because if our administrator is finding difficulty in getting helping the member of the public get the information, then a recommendation to that member of the public to file a complaint, would be in order. And that action would also be part of the record. So there is always that opportunity for the public to try and get some satisfaction with some help, at least from somebody in the city family here, which is our administrator, to help expedite things. And sometimes it could be just a simple communication issue, a misunderstanding of things. And other times it could be something more drastic. But I just wanted to notate that for the general public that despite that there being a call from the Board of Supervisors for a kind of a citywide ombudsman for a number of different other issues, our administrator does act in that capacity. Thank you. Let's go to the next speaker, please. Any other public comment? Once? Go ahead, speaker.
Okay. Yeah. So I'd also like to make a comment regarding public comment. I found that in a number of these committee meetings and whatnot, when it's time for public comment, they'll make a call for public comment, and if nobody's already queued up, they'll just close public comment immediately without giving any time for people to press *3 or call. A lot of people are watching these things on TV, and there's a lag too from when it's on whatever platform, Zoom or WebEx or whatever, to when it's streamed on SF.gov TV. So there's like a lag of 1 minute or whatever. And so, they're doing their thing on Zoom or whatever. And then somebody's at home watching SF.gov TV, and the person at home, hears public comment time, and then they get their phone out and dial the phone number and dial in the code and then press *3. And by that time, the whatever committee meetings, they've long moved on, and they've said, oh, well, no public comment because nobody was in the queue, and they've closed public comment. So I think it'd be helpful to, as a general practice, have a sort of a wait time to allow people to, dial in to make public comment. So I found at the Board of Supervisors meetings, the clerk there really, I feel like she really likes censoring people a lot, And there's also not a lot of clarity on, like they refer things out to committees, and the process is just not designed to be very clear and transparent so that people can provide input. So that's very frustrating. But yeah, I feel like that clerk, she.
Ma'am, you have 30 seconds.
Really likes shutting people's comments down. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers for public comment?
Yes, this is Dr. Sylvester for public comment.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi again. Yes, task force members, this is Dr. Sylvester again. I don't understand why I was listening to Stephen Malloy's presentations, and it sounds just like mine. As a black man in San Francisco, a gay black man in San Francisco, I too feel exactly like he does, or has experienced the same exact actions resulting from the city attorney of San Francisco and their policies toward different various departments, and how that affects complaints at the Sunshine Task Force. I believe the Sunshine Task Force, unfortunately, has been affected somehow by decisions by the city attorney's office because of the way the task force has handled my complaints. From the start, I felt that there was something. I never really complained about this as I am right now, saying that the whole process is unfair, but I definitely know it is unfair. I'm saying it for the record. It's unfair for African Americans. And I'm not American, but I am black. So it is totally unfair. And it's you talk about the 45-day rule, yet on all of my 2018 complaints, which I filed in February 23rd of 2018, all of them were heard well past the 45-day rule, except one of them, which was the city attorney's the city attorney 18010 file number. And incredibly, that file number somehow got construed and got pushed through, and all of a sudden brought up out of the blue in front of you. You went back on a vote. I mean, it's totally unacceptable. You went back on the vote. You then voted yourself to negate that vote. Yet I still don't have a order of determination. We're talking about giving the public at least a final period, if you will, a final yes or no. For me, you don't do that. Why? It's not fair. The process is rigged. It's not fair.
Mr. Tedeschi, you have 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Cheryl. And in terms of all my complaints against the city attorney's office and various departments of the city, SFMTA, it's been totally unfair. It's you don't apply the standards and rules equally among the public, is my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Last call for public comment. Public comment? Okay. Closing public comment. Thank you very much. Let's call the next item.
Chair Wolf, did you want to call item number 4, file number 20072?
0072. We already did that one.
All right.
Going to item number 7.
I was thinking because, all right, item number 7. Okay, fine. Item number 7, file number 19109, complaint filed by Stephen Malloy, excuse me, against the Department of Public Health for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 6724, 25, 26, 27, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. This matter was last heard before the Compliance and Amendments Committee in July, and was forwarded to the task force to make sure that Mr. Malloy was receiving all his records.
Okay, I think it's worthwhile to read the byline in the agenda.
Would you like me to do that?
Yes.
For the record? Yes, okay.
Yes.
On March 4, 2020, the Sunshine Task Force found a violation of 6725B, D, and referred it to the Compliance and Amendments Committee. On July 28, the Compliance and Amendments Committee referred the matter back to the Sunshine Task Force with the recommendation to find that the Department of Public Health Manager, Grant Colfax, in violation of Administrative Code Section 6734 for willful failure and official misconduct for failure to implement the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Order of Determination.
Okay. All right, so this is now a review with a recommendation from the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Does Compliance and Amendments have anything that they want to say? Anybody member of the?
I mean, I think it was pretty much contained in what Cheryl said, but our chief concern was that the task force had found a violation, and by the time we were hearing about updates and compliance and amendments, it seemed as though there was not progress. We understand that because the emergency order and shelter in place, we understand that there may have been some delays, but this has been an ongoing matter for so long, and we feel as though that there are issues beyond the emergency order that are causing non-compliance in this issue, and we felt as though the full task force needed to hear it again.
Okay. Members, unless I hear any objections, I'd like to give either party 3 minutes to make any additional comments with regards to this.
Okay, shall the petitioner go first, sir?
Oh, hold on. I'm waiting for if there's any response from members. Okay, hearing no response. Are both parties here, or one of the other party here? Mr. Malloy?
Mr. Malloy is here, yes.
Okay.
From the Department of Public Health is here too.
Very good. Okay. So let's hear from the Department of Public Health first.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, did you say that the Department of Public Health is speaking first?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, members of the task force and everyone. We at the Department of Public Health received this request from Mr. Malloy in May. However, we were able to provide responsive records later in October, and since then we have tried to work with the members in the department to continue providing responsive records on a rolling basis. However, with the pandemic coming along, we have been faced with challenges and limited resources for not only we have met challenges in terms and limited resources in terms of reviewing documents for Mr. Malloy. However, after the July hearing that we've had with the compliance committee, the department has made multiple attempts to reach out to Mr. Malloy to see how we can further collaborate together to gather responsive records after his modification that we received in March, and we have not heard back. However, we want to continue working with Mr. Malloy to make sure that he is able to receive the documents that he is requesting for, and we would look forward to the opportunity to narrowing down his voluminous request of about 16 or 15 or so different email boxes with a wide time frame and broad frame of ask.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Malloy, give you a few minutes.
Yes, Mr. Wolf, question first. On the agenda that Cheryl sent out, it said we get 5 minutes.
This is not a hearing that we're starting from the beginning. This is a referral based upon compliance after the task force has already made determination. The task force is not necessarily required to have the parties speak again. I asked the task force if they wouldn't mind having the parties speak again. We're not going to re-adjudicate the case, but this is now moving towards a discussion around the recommendations that the Compliance and Amendments Committee has put forward.
Okay, thank you. Members, I would refer you back to the audio. Are you ready?
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so members, I would refer you back to the audio of your last meeting that brings us here today. And Mr. Wolf, you asked a very important question of Ms. Vane at the 29-minute and 35-second mark. You said, who gave you guidance? And she stated that the city attorney did. And then at the 31-minute and 15-second point, you asked another important question. You asked about the review process, and this is what she stated. I'll play it for you.
The reason they're not released yet is because while we're in the process of determining to release them, however, they have not even been under the first review of them have not been finished or completed yet.
Okay. So she had.
It was a little hard. I'm sorry, Mr. Malloy. It was really hard to hear. Can you paraphrase what specific?
Yeah. It's at that point that she stated that the records have not even been reviewed yet. And she stated at that 31-minute and 15-second point, sir, that particular comment, because the city attorney walked into her office and gave her an unlawful order. He told her, stop working on Malloy's record release. That is an unlawful order. He cannot do that under the law, but he did, under Dennis Herrera's direction, under the mayor's direction, under Mickey Callahan's direction, under the DA's direction, because as you know, in each jurisdiction, my case precedes Ms. Vane's work at DPH. So that is the misconduct. The city attorney doesn't get to tell a clerk that they don't work on the record. What the city attorney should do, as you all know, is give the direction, I want you to follow the Sunshine Ordinance and release the record. So the reason has nothing to do, and Ms. Vane, I want to encourage you to stop lying, because you're on the record.
Mr. Malloy, we will not tolerate direct comments two parties.
Well,
You're
I
speaking to us.
appreciate
You're
that,
speaking
but
to
I
us.
appreciate that. I appreciate that, but this is my
He's
experience.
at 20 seconds.
In my experience, based upon, thank you, Cheryl, my experience based upon that audio is you now have the evidence that DPH willfully stopped against the ordinance working on the record. That is a targeted action. That is an action, as I've explained to you before, that is based upon my color, that is based upon my gender, and that is
Mr. Malloy,
illegal.
your time is up.
That's okay. Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
So that's all I'm saying, is that was an illegal act for him to walk into her office and freeze her in place when she has the record. She made the mistake of releasing the 9 emails, and he froze her because the content of those emails indicates wrongdoing by city officials. That is why we need to go to the Ethics Commission, and that's why I've also asked for this to go to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malloy. Okay, members. I do have a question, Cheryl. I'm trying to find in this record the order of determination.
I believe this. Shouldn't it be like right after the cover page for Mr. Malloy's case?
Yes, it is. Thank you. Yeah. And was there a snippet of the minutes from the Complaints and Amendments Committee also included
in the record?
Yeah.
No, there wasn't.
Okay. That's all right.
Bruce, I had looked that up if you want me to read from that.
If you, whatever points you think are pertinent to help other members here to make it, help them make a decision.
Just in summary, Mr. Malloy provided a summary. He said that he originally filed his case in May 2019, and on October 4th, 2019, he received 9 emails. He had not received his requests. Ms. Vienne provided a summary of the position. She repeated what she had said before, that the department is working to respond. However, and this is the addition, due to COVID-19 technical difficulties and the challenges of working remotely, that DPH had been providing limited responses. She said that thousands of emails needed to be converted into PDFs, reviewed for sensitive information, and redacted. She said that the department wants to work with Mr. Malloy. And then actually, you had said you had questioned the why DPH was unable to provide Mr. Malloy his requested records on a rolling basis, since he had not received anything new since October 2019, and that you were concerned about timeliness, and that given the fact that so many months had gone by without additional records being released, that there was concern that DPH may be withholding records for another reason, which is why we decided to refer back to the full task force.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members. Yeah, go ahead. Member testify.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Can I ask the complainant a question? I don't want to get too off base, but I just want to ask a question.
Sure.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes,
so,
I can hear
my question, thank you. So my question just has to do, your last kind of line of argument was, I think you were trying to convey that there had been like specific obstruction of preparation of your responsive materials. And there's a difference between like obstruction of releasing records and competing priorities. So I was wondering if you could go into a little bit more detail on what evidence you have in the record that shows that this was, an intentional desire to prevent you from receiving the records versus a competing priority coming up for this person for this person to manage based on their supervisor's prioritization of their work?
Excellent question. And that is why I referred you to the audio. I don't think you were in the Amendments Committee meeting, but in that audio transcript at the 29-minute, 35-second mark, Ms. Bain stated clearly, when asked by Mr. Wolf, who gave you guidance to essentially continue or not continue working on my records request, she stated the city attorney. So we all know that the city attorney, which I had long stated, had obstructed her from doing her job. Hold on. And then at the 31-minute and 15-second mark, as that conversation continued, Mr. Wolf then said, well, what was the direction around, were you to review or not to review? And she then stated, he told me not to continue working on the request, not to review the request. So she has had the record. She has been obstructed from completing her job. And why that is, I don't know. That's an ethics committee investigation and question. That's a board of supervisors inquiry. But that's why I'm stating it. I'm stating it because the respondents have gone on the record in your audio explaining that they stopped working on the request in October per the city attorney and have not continued since then. So that's not about any other issue than they were stopped. She was stopped from doing her job. That's not a technical issue. She was obstructed. She is being currently obstructed from doing her job by the city attorney. And that's in the audio.
Okay, I think I need to clarify my question. I was trying to find specific information that explains if her attention was being pulled to other priorities, or she was specifically told to, we're not going to give this person any information, stop working on this item, or it could have been because of competing priorities that she needed to work on as well. So that's kind of what I was trying to delve into, because the audio doesn't explain that.
No, the audio does explain that. It explains very clearly that she was told by the city attorney to not work on the record. That happened after she had released me the 9 emails that you have in front of you from my case on October 4th. In that email, you will see where she states, Mr. Malloy, I have the remainder of the emails. I will release them to you within the week. That is quoted right there by her in the email you have. She then did not release the remaining emails to me because the city attorney, when he found out she had already released 9 of them that indict city officials for wrongdoing, froze her. So you have the physical document in front of you in the packet, and then you have the audio where she explains that. And since that time, October 4th of last year, the egregious delay is an obstruction. It is not the pandemic. It is not priority. It is the city attorney saying, you don't work. And ma'am, we haven't met, but I don't think we have, or if we have before, I don't remember. But this whole issue is around my race. It is around my color. It is around me complaining about discrimination of being this nigger, this faggot, this bitch, this slut, this whore to the city. And so the reason he's freezing her is because those emails demonstrate that the city then worked in collusion with the state, which is against the law because I'm a protected veteran, to wrongfully terminate me. And so that's the obstruction. You can't do that under the Sunshine Ordinance. You can't do it under the California Records Act. You can't do it under the work contract I was under. But that's the direction. That has nothing to do with priorities of COVID or other people. I am the only person that has been targeted in this manner. No white complainant, no straight complainant, no civilian complainant has been targeted with the obstruction, the delay, the damage that I have been. That's why I'm calling for the investigation. That's why this is willful misconduct. It is targeted. not a mistake. I don't do that. And it is explained in the file. She gave me the 9 emails. As soon as she gave me the 9 emails, he shut her down. She has the email. She stated herself, I have the email. She won't give them to me because he told her, don't give them to him.
Thank you.
And she can't do that. She has to release them. She can't just sit on the information. So I have given all of the information. That's why I sent an email to Mr. Wolf. I don't know if he shared it with you about 2 weeks ago, where I said, please do not badger me anymore under the Sunshine Ordinance. Once I give you the request and I give you all of the details, you don't get to keep badgering me and saying that I'm not providing you information.
Thank
that is
you.
racist. That is another targeted action. Don't treat me like that. And that's what she's doing. It isn't that she has asked me. She is repeating the same point to me that I gave her in May of 2019. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, motion? So I felt it was, Member Highland, did you want to say something? No. Okay. I felt it a little egregious that there wasn't, that some other departments or persons, elected officials or other public officials had come in and kind of shorted the ability for the rest of the information to be released to the petitioner. After we had already adjudicated the case, deeming that the documents were public and they should be released. And I just felt that was incorrect, and that the department head didn't step in and did not help either alleviate or engage, make a determination in some way, shape, or form, provide any kind of written statement as to why this occurred, and I felt it deemed further investigation at this point.
This is Matt. Yep. If the respondent, I'm just curious, has the department issued any documents to the complainant since our order of determination? Anything?
Ms. Bean?
Hi, this is Veronica. The department has not.
Okay. I mean, I'll just comment on my personal experience. I understand COVID's going on. In my personal life, I'm an essential employee for a government agency, and I get that it's, disrupted the way a lot of things have worked, but, we've still been able to respond to public records requests, help customers, disseminate information. And, to me, it just seems like an unreasonable delay that this would go on months and months without even one document being released to the complainant. And I don't think that just relying on COVID-19 is acceptable. I really do have some concerns about that.
I just want to remind everybody that the task force had gone through a complete complaint process and found violation on March 4th. This was just before the shelter-in-place order was put in place. So, the question then becomes, March, April, May, June, July, 5 whole months to actually comply. Coronavirus or no coronavirus, it is an excessive amount of time, and in fact, I think given that period of time, that there should have been some movement, and there wasn't. I understand that Mr. Colfax is a busy guy. His position is very much in demand, but at least he's got staff within his managerial executive universe that could have also helped engage, at least make some contact. And I just felt that this had gone beyond on the pale at this point. So, if there are any other questions or discussions, I'll entertain a motion.
This is Veronica, and can I
Well,
reiterate something?
Well, I'm not, at this point, I don't know what more could be said. You know, members. So, ma'am, I don't. Is there something different or more that you could say at this point? I'm not inclined to take any more comment at this point. We've had lots of time and lots of opportunities here.
I just wanted to say that given the time since our previous hearing in July up until now, the Department of Public Health has made efforts to reach out to Mr. Malloy to coordinate together and collaborate together to see how we can work together on gathering his responsive records for his request after his modification, because since his original request is made, he has changed the scope and he has specified specific email boxes, and we would like to see if he can help specify keywords in addition to confirming whether or not the time frame that we have indicated is correct, so we can continue pulling records and work together to provide him responsive documents.
Yeah, hold on. No. I will not have a back and forth debate about this, please. We've got other business to do here. We have other. I'm sorry, Mr. Malloy. I'm sorry, Mr. Malloy. I'm sorry, Mr. Malloy. I'm sorry. I will not allow it. This is a review of a recommendation that's coming from the task force.
That was a false statement. I gave her all of that information in May of 2019.
Mr. Malloy, I
was ignored until October of 2019 when the district attorney, by her admission, said, "Do not continue on."
Mr. Malloy, I will not have you commandeer this meeting. Please be patient, okay, and allow us to process what we're about to do.
I am being patient, sir. You gave her an opportunity. I'm just asking for equal time.
But I said that I was not going to allow a debate. Okay?
I appreciate that. I'm just making myself known that is not correct. That's not right. You give her time, you should give me time.
We gave you plenty of time.
You gave me equal time. You gave her more time. And you gave her time to make a false statement.
Thank you. Members, my concern here at this point is it has nothing to do with what has transpired after the Compliance and Complaints Committee meeting. It said no consequence. Because we've already been through an order of determination. There's been 5 months to comply. There's been no compliance. There's been additional, with regards to the review of compliance, we have found out additional information that there was interruptions and prevention from that happening, which the Compliance and Amendments Committee found to be excessive, and that it should have been well within the control and management of the department head, who is responsible for the administration of the Sunshine Ordinance in that department. So I'll move to find, in violation of 6734, of the department head, who is the public health manager by name Grant Colfax, for willful failure and official misconduct, for failure to implement the Sunshine Task Force Order of Determination, and this be referred to the Ethics Commission.
I'll second that motion.
So moved by myself, second by Member Tesfaye. Members, are there any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's call for public comment. Public comment other than the parties.
Yes, anonymous for that, sir.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I support this motion. This is again. I have no idea. I've never met Mr. Malloy. Again, my case and his case have some similarities, and I support your motion. But I know that nothing's going to happen. He's never going to get those emails. Nothing's going to come about of this complaint other than he's going to get it on the record. And I hope that, unlike myself, he gets the record. I have not gotten the record in my case. Even the audio was deleted when the sheriff's office took my service animal away. The record is very important. No matter what you might do or may do at the Sunshine Task Force, at least to have things on the record, so that later on people can review, can go over these motions that you are actually ruling on. And again, the process has not been fair. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Anonymous?
Go ahead.
May I begin? I also support this motion on two things. I don't have any opinion or knowledge about the possible intent or discriminatory factors, but I can definitely say I have experienced this task force issuing orders of determination in my favor and the city completely ignoring them. I agree with the last speaker. At least it's on the record, and if someone ever goes to court, at least they have something from this task force saying that the city continues to intentionally violate the Sunshine Ordinance even after you've told them not to. And there's something raised about, well, the city attorney told you not to give the records. But at the end of the day, the city attorney is an attorney. The attorney provides advice, and the person actually making the decision has to decide what to do. And every city agency can't just come here and say, well, the city attorney told me not to. The city attorney is not the boss of every person in the city. That's why there's different departments, different elected officials, and they need to follow the Sunshine Ordinance even when the city attorney is wrong. Thank you very much.
Next speaker. Okay, seeing no further public comment, are we ready for a vote? Please call the roll.
Cheryl, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, just an education for all. The process for a 6734 referral means that it goes to the Ethics Commission. It gets reviewed by their investigations unit. 6734 automatically begins a process around official misconduct. So it starts with regards to if there is a specific violation that we're putting forward. If the violation is found to be valid, then they will start a completely separate process for official misconduct, which has nothing to do with the Sunshine Ordinance. The value of this particular process is that their investigative unit gives them time, and there are some very solid people there that can dive in into the details of the matter. With a standard referral, there's another kind of referral that we can make. A standard referral to the Ethics Commission will go straight to the Commission itself. So they will have no kind of investigation or review or analysis that is attached to that referral. we would have to provide that for them. In this case, it seemed because of the nature of the actions that this particular process would provide the best clarity moving forward. Okay, with that, let's move to the next slide.
Mr. Wolf, quick question. At the amendment committee, sir, you said that we would also put this before the Board of Supervisors.
Well, I said that at the committee. It's
and that would.
I'll consider it.
Thank you, because we did talk about that, and you said that yes, you would do that, because I would like my supervisor to be involved in this process at this point, and I would like the Board of Supervisors to discuss it.
I'll consider it. Thank you.
Is that within our authority? Sorry.
No, I'm just saying.
Sorry, not going to have further debate on this at this point. Right now, it's with the matter is with the chair right now with me. So we'll determine. I'll determine how this moves forward. At this point, it's definitely going to the Ethics Commission. All right, let's call the next item, please.
Item number 8. Yeah, item number 8, file number 19112. Complaint filed by Anonymous against Chief William Scott and Lieutenant R. Andrew Cox and the Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725, 26, 27 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner, failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and complete manner, failing to justify withholding of records, and failing to maintain a Prop G calendar.
Okay. Does anybody who was on the complaint committee at that time have anything to add? Okay. Let's move into our complaint process. We will have the petitioner, Anonymous, to speak for 5 minutes. Are we ready with the clock?
Yes, we are.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much for considering this case, and thank you, Chair. We're going to begin on page 21 of the PDF for item 8. For some reason, this page is missing and there aren't any footer numbers, so I'm just going to go with PDF page numbers. It's 21. And at the top of this, you're going to see a timeline. So on October 8th of 2019, I made an immediate disclosure request for certain past and future calendars, explicitly including both the Proposition G and a non-Proposition G calendars for Chief Scott, who is a department head. I did not receive any response from SFPD until October 16th, which is an IDR violation. I believe they've accepted that. On October 23rd, they released Prop G only entries for past items and withheld all other calendar entries by unlawfully citing to 67.29-5, which is Proposition G, as an exemption. It's not an exemption. And I filed this complaint. On October 29th, they provided only more Prop G calendars, and on November 5th, they provided some Outlook entries. We contested those redactions, and on March 27th, they provided records with fewer redactions. I don't know what happened between November and March. If you look at the bottom here on the same page, you'll see a request excerpt, an electronic copy of the department head's prospective expected calendar schedule from October 21st to 28th. So that was in the future when I requested it, and also 1 week in the past. So it's just 2 weeks of calendars. This should be quite simple. Please go to the next page. So I have come and argued this before, and I think I've been successful, that Proposition G calendars are not the only calendars that are public records. I did this with the mayor last year. Every single calendar about the conduct of public business is a public record according to the CPRA. And the moment that they created that schedule, whether it's in the future or in the past, it is a public record. They have to disclose it unless it can be completely withheld. Proposition G merely demands a minimum of what must be public, and it's special to San Francisco. That doesn't mean every other calendar or scheduling information can be withheld because it's not mentioned in Proposition G, and you can consider SOTF 19047 Anonymous versus Breed. It's at the bottom of this page, you can see the difference between a Prop G calendar and a non-Prop G calendar of Chief Scott. The Prop G calendar has very little information. I think it has basically only the information that is required under Prop G. And then his actual calendar has a lot more information. In this case, it has the information about what was going on in this particular event, where on the left-hand side, it just says cadet hiring program. On the right-hand side, you can see paragraphs of what that was going on. And they did not provide those, just like the mayor, until after I filed a complaint. Previously, they said, well, Prop G exempts that information. Next page. But the most important issue here is that future scheduling information is not automatically and completely blanket exempt from the CPRA and the Sunshine Ordinance. And in fact, you have held this exact same thing that I'm arguing for in SOTF 18075 versus the district attorney, where you concluded the SOTF opined that future schedules/calendars are public records and should be provided in a redacted format. Instead, SFPD argues, and I can give you page numbers for evidence, that until the date occurs for the calendar entry that you're looking for, they don't have to provide that information. That's not correct. They have to provide whatever they can. They can redact if there's security sensitive information, etc. But you do have to provide the records when I ask them. And in the state that they existed when I asked them. If they change that afterwards, they don't have to give me that. But whatever existed at the time I asked needs to be provided in a redacted form. So at the very bottom here, so I think there's a 6725 violation that's pretty obvious for not responding to an IDR within 1 business day. A 6726 violation for withholding in entirety instead of just redacting the exempt material for the future calendars. And 6727 for citing Prop G as an exemption. 6727 tells you what the city can cite as an exemption. Prop G is not an exemption. I do, however, want to thank, I don't know if it's Lieutenant Cox or whoever from his team. His team and the SFPD are quite professional in systematically responding to these requests, even though there's a disagreement on what the law actually requires them to do. I can, if you have any questions about page number and stuff, I can provide that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? Okay, seeing none, respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening. This is Lieutenant Cox. So I do appreciate that, Anonymous. We try to do our best. So SFPD, we do take full responsibility for not providing a response to the requester within the time frame. One of the issues, and I think we've discussed this on a previous complaint, is that Anonymous refuses for his own reasons, and that's fine, to use our GovQA PRA portal. This record came into an sfpd.legal.sfgov.org email address that is not monitored for PRAs. It's actually an internal email that is used for use of force logs. So when Anonymous's request came in on October the 8th of 2019, it was actually auto-sorted. I don't know if it was due to the way it comes through Muckrock, but it was actually auto-sorted into a file and was not read. It's actually like an archival type email address. So SFPD, my office, the legal division, received the complaint or his request on October the 15th. Because the request was made, it was made as an IDR. This request, though, is not simple, routine, or otherwise readily available. We then responded back to Anonymous on October 16th, and we acknowledged that we had received it, and that we informed him that we were going to imply that we were going to do the 10-day maximum. On October 23rd and 29th, we did provide the requester responsive records that included justifications as to why certain information was not disclosed in our response letters. On October the 30th, we did receive the basis of Anonymous's complaint and determined there was a miscommunication on SFPD's part. The SFPD supplemented its production on November 5th, 2019. And then additionally, after the complaint was made and after the issue was brought to the supervisor of records, on March the 27th, a updated version of the records was then sent to Anonymous, which is what you have now. And that ends mine. Oh, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure, sir?
Sorry, that completes my response for now.
Okay.
Thank you. Any persons or witnesses providing facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, seeing none, this is our question and answer period, members. Nothing. We have all the information we need. No clarifications. Okay. Shall we move to rebuttals? Okay. Seeing no objections to continuing conversation. All right. We're going to move to rebuttals. SFPD, Lieutenant Cox, you're up first. You have 3 minutes for any rebuttals.
You may begin, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I have no rebuttal.
Thank you. Petitioner Anonymous, do you have any rebuttal?
I'm just going to show you the page numbers of the evidence of what I'm saying. I don't think I need to evidence the date issue, but if you go to PDF page 26, there is no footer page number on this. As you can see, they respond at the bottom here. As for your request for the calendar for date range October 21st to 28th, which is in the future, these records are not being provided for because of Prop G. That's just not allowed. You have found this before in SOTF 18075. And you can see an example of that on page 209 of this PDF. I believe these are the corrected records Lieutenant Cox mentioned. See, this was a future calendar, but there was no reason to not provide this future calendar when I requested it. They could just redact whatever is security sensitive and provide it. And I do believe that is the law. You can also see on page 174 of this PDF, and I'm just using PDF numbers, they have redacted under Prop G, I believe, the names of various attendees because Prop G doesn't require them to give me all the attendees, only some of them. But unless they're exempt under a particular other exemption, you can't just say, well, Prop G doesn't require me to give you, so I'm redacting this stuff off of an existing public record. And so that's my case. You can see I would prefer and I would request that if you do agree with me that in your motion you specify why the violation occurs. In the past, your DC has said because you don't say that in my other orders of determination, it's hard for them to reason in the future about why a violation occurred. So you can see what I'm requesting for you at the bottom of page 23 of this PDF in the request for relief. Thank you very much.
Okay, members. So I'm going to ask another, just a clarification question to Lieutenant Cox, if you don't mind. With regards to the future calendars, what was the reason for not providing them?
I believe that was just a simple mistake. We depend on information from our city attorney, and as Anonymous so pointed out, that is still our burden if it is incorrect. We were depending on that information at the time, and as he has said, it appears that we were incorrect.
Okay. And with regards to the redactions?
I believe the redactions, they were considered good at the time. There was some, after it went to the supervisor of records, did not agree with our opinion, and we followed suit in order to settle this matter.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about, for the respondent, you had said that the initial request came through an email that was not monitored regularly. What have you changed any procedures involving reviewing emails coming into that account?
We have, and I think Anonymous this might be for him later, is we've actually tried to, with his help, we did develop a different email account that is used mainly for his and his group's emails. We try to do it. Sometimes he's actually emailed me directly, which I, of course, always monitor. But we do our best now to actually try not to have things auto-sorted in any of the accounts that he had been using, so this wouldn't happen in the future.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, members. Anything else to discuss or ready for a motion?
Well, it seems that because of the delay in the initial response, there's definitely, because it was an IDR, there's a timeliness issue.
So 6725.
Yep.
Okay. The petitioner is pointing out two other sections. 6726 for withholding the future calendars, which we have heard testimony to have been a incorrect action, and the same with regards to the redactions. And the last one was kind of, I guess, a misuse of 67, to find violation of 6727 for a misuse of citing 6729-5 as justification for withholding.
This is Matt. Just to be clear, perhaps the respondent can answer. It sounds like you said that you've changed your viewpoint. So at this point, have all the future calendars been turned over?
I don't believe there have been any requests for the future calendars. I could be mistaken. We do get several PRAs. Is there something in particular you're referring to?
I was just going back to that. I think you had discussed that originally that there was a citation that that if there was a request for a future calendar that you would not release that, but you've since determined that that's no longer accurate. You wouldn't be, if there were a request for a future calendar, that you would release that.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
It was going forward. Yeah. I'm sorry. I understand your question now. Yeah.
Okay.
And you provided the future calendars to Anonymous?
Well, we provided what his request was. If you're speaking about a future, this was a request for a future calendar back in 2019, a specific date range.
Right.
So it's not like an ongoing basis future calendar. It would be for each time.
I wasn't suggesting that. I was suggesting exactly what was requested at the time to be a future calendar. Were those calendars then provided?
Well, by the time so as I said before, March 27th, we provided further, we updated our response. I believe, and Anonymous can answer this better than I could, I believe that the calendars only went up to October 29th of 2019. So that days would have already been passed, if that makes sense.
Okay, let me ask the petitioner. So Anonymous, with regards to the future calendars in question here at the time of your complaint, have you received those calendars? Did we lose them? Mr. Anonymous, are you there? I think we lost.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello, can you
yes,
hear me?
Can you
hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I apologize. So you said at the time of my complaint? No, in fact, they cited to Prop G, as I said, as why they would not give me the future calendars. I do agree with Lieutenant Cox that I believe as of March 27th, they have changed, but that's many, many months after I asked for 2 weeks of calendars. So.
Okay, but my question was, so at the time of your request and at the time of submitting a complaint to us, you had not received those calendars at the time.
That is correct. As of October 23rd, when I filed the complaint, they had already responded to me and told me they would not give me future calendars, citing Proposition G. Correct.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, not going to necessarily color any decision I make, have you received those calendars since then?
Yeah, exactly. I believe Lieutenant Cox is correct. They gave it to me as of a date much after the calendars were no longer in the future, if that makes sense.
Yes, I just wanted to corroborate that. That's all. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Yes, he's correct. Yes.
Okay, members, what should we do?
This is Matt. I mean, I think I think there's pretty much universal agreement here that at the time the request was made, that there was a violation, that those future calendars should not have been withheld. I think both sides are pretty much in agreement on that. I mean, I think it's nice to hear that the police department has since modified their position, and that I would assume that if there were to be an additional request at some point for a future calendar, that would no longer be an issue for the requester. But I think at the time there was a violation in that regard.
Do you have a motion?
Sure. So I will then make the motion that that at the time of the request that there was a violation of, what was it, 6726.
So the three that were notated is 6725, 6726, and 6727.
Yeah, so 6725 for timeliness and 6726 for withholding the future calendar. I mean, I guess we could say 6727 as well. I think it's a little redundant, but I'm open to either.
Okay. I'll second that, but I'd like to work with you on the motion a little bit.
Sure.
I'd like to find for also it's 6727 for citing 6729-5 as justification for withholding the non-Prop G calendars.
That's fine. Yeah, we can make a statement that's not a valid withholding. I think that's good.
Right. And also with regards to 6726, with providing them with minimal redactions. One key point that we do have to keep pretty cognizant of is when redactions are made, there's got to be some footnote or some sheet that shows why those redactions are being made under, for citing what section of law, and then what the kind of the litmus is for that makes that redaction applicable for that law. So many times in the task force, respondents will come, they'll cite a section of law because they think that that's the bare minimum, but the ordinance is very clear that they have to provide a reason. You can cite the law saying that it's not applicable, or that it is applicable, but it can't just stop right there. It has to be with what is specific or pertinent about that redaction that this law applies. I'll give you an example. We had a case where there was a list of radio frequencies that the city uses that somebody wanted to have access to, and it was not specific frequencies that would be declared as they were more public frequencies that weren't being used for like special or confidential communications, so they weren't required to be redacted. what was interesting is the same frequencies were provided by the county of Marin, because they're kind of interagency frequencies. And so while the city had provided some citation that it was based upon, some sort of legal investigative part, they couldn't tell us why that information itself was applicable. They couldn't say that it was part of an ongoing case. They couldn't say that it was, part of some secret frequencies, that there was some like policy or ordinance disallowing their release. They just broadly cited redaction, that they could be redacted because of this particular law. So we found that to be erroneous, and we found violations. So we need to be, pretty cognizant. Redactions are important. I mean, you look at any Freedom of Information Act request out of the FBI or any other, law enforcement, and you'll see sometimes you'll get documents, but they're all redacted from corner to corner. So, but there has to be a reason for that. And we have a lot more detail, a lot more requirements for that. So I just wanted to make that point publicly and for our members here. Okay, so the motion is to find violation of 6725 for timeliness, 6726 for withholding all future calendars instead of providing them with minimal redactions, and 6727 for citing incorrect justification for withholding of non-Prop G calendars. Okay, any further discussion before we go to public comment? Okay, public comment
Bruce?
on the motion. Yes.
I just wanted to be sure. It's 6725, 26, and 29-5?
No, 27.
27.
Yeah, for incorrectly citing 6729-5 as a justification for withholding non-Prop G calendars.
Okay.
All right, let's go to public comment. Any public comment on the motion? Okay, hearing no public comment, are we ready for a vote? I hear no objections. Please call the roll.
Member Yankee?
Well,
Can you hear me? Okay. Member Yankee?
aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, parties.
Thank you, Lieutenant Cox, as well.
Okay, let's call the next item, please.
Item number 9, discussion regarding changes to administrative process and legal memoranda. There were no documents for this matter.
Yeah, there actually was a document, but it was distributed a long time ago, back in, I think, February or March, by former legal counsel, Peter Thoreen. This is with regards to changes in documents, part of our process. What we received communications from the city, from our legal counsel, that the memorandums that are provided for all our cases are going to cease, as far as the kind of the general nature of them, in their position, seem to be more administrative, and some of them seem to be somewhat repetitive and somewhat basic or trivial, based upon either timeliness or other kind of regular types of complaints that we get that don't really require such extensive analysis. And that moving forward, if there are more in-depth legal issues that we are unable to understand or ascertain, or may seem confusing or not understandable or what have you, that would be, or applicable to other sections of law, conflicts with laws or other codes, things like that, which demand a little more legal challenge for us, that those items will be accepted by our legal counsel under attorney-client privilege, and then after we receive the advice, then we can determine whether how we want to dispense with that advice. I'll give our current legal counsel, Mark Price Wolf, who's also deputy city attorney, give us some time to elaborate, or if I missed something or got it incorrect, that I have some time to speak on this.
Sure. Thanks, Bruce. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Yeah, so actually, I appreciate the time because I don't think that's really accurate, what Bruce was saying. I think what the message is that for the routinized memos that are included with every single complaint, to a large extent, as I'm sure everyone on the task force appreciates, they really are just a recitation of the back and forth between the complainant and the respondent about the background facts as to what happened. What's the complaint? What material was asked for? How did the respondent respond? The back and forth. Where do things stand now? And what's the violation alleged? And then there's usually an attachment to the relevant statute. So to that extent, where it's really just a regurgitation of the facts, the background facts, which is really just a summary of what's in the complaint file, it just didn't make sense for an attorney to be spending time writing up that sort of factual summary in a way that I think an administrator would be better suited for that. And instead, I think it's a lot more helpful for the task force, and a lot of better use of attorney time really is to do attorney work. In other words, to do legal analysis when called upon to interpret a case or to bring the relevance of a case to a particular complaint to bear. Traditional legal work where legal advice is needed or legal interpretation is needed. I think none of that is going away. It's just sort of refocusing what our efforts and time is spent towards. So, in other words, I think the time, we're happy to still write memos, legal memos, provide legal advice when it's needed. And I think the criteria would be that it has to do with a pending complaint. That's not something that we've just done before and we're rehashing the wheel, and that it requires some legal analysis. I mean, a perfect example is earlier this week, Member LaHood had a particular question about a complaint that was referred to the compliance committee, and sent an email, and we had a nice conversation about interpreting the case law and my thoughts on the parameters of the case law and what options that provided the compliance committee and the task force. So pretty responsive. We had a good talk about it. Happy to do that and continue to do that. So I guess I just wanted to clarify, it's not that all legal advice is going to be dispensed with, or there's going to be less legal advice. I think it's going to be just different and a better use of the attorney time. And I think this got lost in the details because I think the email that Pater sent was on March 2nd. And then we all know what the rest of March and since then has been like. So maybe this hasn't been top of mind for the task force for a while. But that's, I think, when the information was initially sent to Bruce and that circulated, hopefully to the task force. So I'm happy to answer any questions or elaborate on that more, but just wanted to clarify the attorney.
Member Hinsey.
Yeah, so I have a question, and I appreciate what you said there. for the clarification. So, are you proposing that Cheryl or our administrators, whoever that might be, write what we would consider currently what we would currently call the memo, so to speak? Would you prefer? Are you proposing that that be written by someone like Cheryl? And have we talked about that? If so.
Sure, I think that's something for you guys to decide and recommend. I think Cheryl is certainly able and has the aptitude to do that, or a member of the task force, but I think someone in the administration, on the administrative side, could definitely do that. But I just think that the larger point is that it's just not really the best use of legal time, spending hours summarizing, the background facts complaint. But yeah, I think that's certainly something Cheryl could do.
Member Yankee?
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I guess the concern I would have is that it sounds like that things might make it to the full task force before there's ever even a review by legal counsel. So I would just wonder if there's time being saved by not doing these memos, if perhaps that could be reallocated and we could actually get your attendance then at the committee hearings. So perhaps if there's legal issues that come in the committee area, we can hash that out there and then come to the full task force prepare. That would be
that's something that I'm open to discussing. You mean have council's attendance at the committee meeting instead of the full task force meeting?
In case there's in case there's questions that at the committee level we can hash that out, see if we do need any legal advice before it comes to full task force. My concern would be something comes to the full task force then says, hey, we need legal advice on this, and now delays it for everyone involved. And so I think if we're reallocating resources, it might be better served if we actually are there in attendance at a committee level. Would be my suggestion.
Are you suggesting in lieu of the main meeting, or
no? In addition to in lieu of doing the memos, if they were to actually be in attendance at the committee level, as well as of course the full meeting.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the full meeting.
Oh, I thought you said instead of the full meeting. I'm not sure about attendance at all committee meetings in addition to the task force meeting.
Well, at least any that would be hearing particular complaints. I mean, obviously, if there's a rules committee or something that might not be hearing a complaint, but if it's ones that are hearing complaints, I think it might be helpful to reallocate the resources in that way. And it's just a suggestion.
Right. I like that.
Well, I guess my initial thought is that I think that could be really valuable to have attendance at a committee meeting, but not just for attendance sake. I think like in the same way that if we know there's going to be issues that require legal counsel that we couldn't like have a heads up about ahead of time with respect to writing a memo or getting legal advice, then maybe it makes sense to go to the like a compliance meeting too. But I think like for more thoughtful advice, we're actually getting a memo, right? I think the point of this message is like when are and when aren't you going to be getting like a solid legal memo on advice? And so like to the extent that the compliance committee or any other committee needs advice, if you're saying that there's no way like to predict ahead of time and you need to attend a meeting in order to know what sort of legal advice needs to be had, that's one thing. But I actually think like in preparing for meetings, in reading through the materials, like there are probably issues that you could see come up in the same way that Member LaHood like shot a quick email like, hey, can we discuss this in preparation for the compliance meeting that's coming up? You know what I mean? So like that gives us all a heads up what the issues are. I get to do research and come prepared. So in other words, like I don't think necessarily talking about coming to more meetings is going to solve the problem. I think it's certainly something I'm open to doing and put on the table. But what I just want to make sure is that you guys get your questions answered in a thoughtful way, rather than just having me around sitting there, not necessarily doing much, but just there in case something might come up. Do you know what I mean? So like I'm open to the idea, but I think like the best way moving forward now, what I would propose is to, submit your legal questions to me through Cheryl or Bruce or whoever you guys want to do it, but in some sort of organized way. And then I can write up a memo or talk to you if that's easier and take it from there. I am not sure. I think if we're going to pick meetings to go to, I don't know if I can go to both meetings a month, frankly, but if there's one over the other, which one do you think would be more valuable for me to be at, the compliance one or the full task force meeting?
Okay, so I just have a response to that. One is we usually structure the complaint process to be everything funneled into the complaint committee. When the complaint committee becomes overflowed or it's getting backlogged, then we kind of extend it out to any of the other committees. I think it would be, we don't know what we're going to hear or receive at that point, come that committee. And I'm concerned about adding any extra steps in the complaint process that might slow it down. So if we have to create an extra step that would prevent us from scheduling a meeting sooner than later, that's going to be problematic. So I think Member Yankee's suggested request is pretty valid, because then we could get some of those issues dealt with as we're trying to build the file during the initial jurisdiction process. I think next I had Member Hinsey and then Member Tesfaye.
I forget what my question was. I'll raise my hand if I remember.
Okay, Member Tesfaye.
Hi. So yeah, I'm in support of this proposal. I'll be honest. In the past, when I've looked at the memo, I've said to myself, this is someone who, I've been an advisory attorney for a government agency for a number of years. Like that, it's not really a memo, it's a summary. And so I would be in support of this practice and saving our attorneys time for specific legal questions. I think this encourages us to, like Member LaHood did, prepare for her committee meetings, review, identify issues that she needs assistance with, and get that specific help. But I also think that our assigned attorney should attend the full task force meetings more so than the committee meetings. But yes, I would be definitely in support of this practice, and it is the actual practice of an advisory attorney for a government agency is what was described. So.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Outside of the efficacy or the value that we've been talking about with regards to legal counsel, we have a kind of a logistical issue. We are only a staff of one, who is Cheryl, our administrator. And her workload is pretty full most days. And to add an additional, what could be an onerous process for reading through all the documents and then having to develop a summary, it would go beyond the amount of hours that she currently works at. I had some discussion with the clerk's office. There is no money. There is no additional staff. Beyond what we're dealing with right now, some staff have to are being reassigned to other things because of also the advent of the web conferencing platform we're dealing with here. Takes actually more staff than would be an in-person meeting. at City Hall. So we have an issue to deal with regards to that. We are all volunteers. We don't get paid for doing this, and we all have full-time jobs or thereabouts. We're busy ourselves. So the question then becomes logistically, how do we then make this work? So that way, not only do the parties have a clear understanding of what each of the parties are being brought forward, but that the task force has a full and complete file with a kind of a summary or a memorandum, of some sort, explaining what is going on and what the issues are, but also that the public has the ability to understand what is going on in the case. So it's kind of like a brief, when you go into court, you got to, for your hearing, you got to provide a brief, what it is you're going to be presenting. So I don't know. Let's see if we can hash out something here in the few moments that we have left in the meeting, and otherwise we'll have to continue the conversation.
You're going to take public comment, right?
Not yet. Fiona.
If I recall when we brought this up last time, I think it was last year sometime, we had talked about potentially engaging the services of outside people that can do this, would maybe do this pro bono. I don't know where that went or how far we got, and I don't recall exactly who it was we were joking, but that was a thing I think we talked about at least for a couple minutes. I don't remember many specifics, unfortunately, but
I don't think it was on this issue because we just found out about it in March. It may have been for something else. Anybody else? Should we take public comment? All right, let's do public.
Why is it that, this is Josh, why is it that it takes more staff to conduct an electronic meeting where everything could be pre-programmed than an in-person meeting where nothing can be automated?
I don't have an answer to that question.
Okay.
That is what we're being told by the clerk's office. That it takes more staff to run these meetings than it does because of the way they have it set up than it does for an in-person.
Is that the case for other commissions in addition to ours? Or?
Well, you have to understand under the Board of Supervisors, which we are, within that division.
Right.
They don't have that many, these commissions, except for the Board of Supervisors and its commission and its committees.
Right.
All the other commissions are they're part of the executive branch. They either, within their own departments, they have their own huge budgets. And unlike the Board of Supervisors, which doesn't have a very large budget or a lot of staff. So, we're this year is very tough for budget. I've asked if we could provide a proposal for it. The offer was made, and they said that there is no likelihood that any money would come our way, even in an add back. Add backs are only going to be for items that were looked over during the regular budget process, right, and not for anything additional. So
add backs happened. So
yeah, they already did.
We missed that.
Right. So anyway, all right. Let's go to public comment, and we can come back and talk. Let's go to public comment.
Yeah.
Hang on. Go ahead, Mr. Warfield.
When do we start? Who's first?
Go ahead, Mr. Warfield.
Okay, I just started the timer. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, and we can be reached, and we'd be very happy to be reached, at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com. This whole discussion is extremely alarming and I think is crucial to the functioning of Sunshine Ordinance and the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. First of all, the agenda item gives no clue as to what this is about or where it came from or anything, and there's no explanatory document to look at. I find that extremely alarming. Under 67.30, the Sunshine Task Force is supposed to be assigned very clearly an attorney, and there's a whole description. Beg your pardon? Somebody saying something?
No, go ahead. It's just some spurious noise.
The city attorney shall serve as legal advisor to the task force. The Sunshine Task Force shall, at its request, have assigned to it an attorney from within the city attorney's office or other appropriate city office who is experienced in public access law matters. This attorney shall serve solely as a legal advisor and advocate to the task force, and an ethical wall will be maintained between the work of this attorney on behalf of the task force and any person or office that the task force determines may have a conflict of interest with regard to the matters being handled by the attorney. This was supposed to be a serious role for the task force and presumably also for the members of the public who are bringing issues before you. I'm very concerned that there's discussion, for example, about stuff that might not be public. I don't understand. You ask questions. Who asks questions? This is another issue that when you have these conversations during meetings, I don't know that you make public enough, for example, clearly with minutes, any opinion that's been given by the attorney during these meetings. One of the sad things about the experience that we have had over many years is that these attorney letters are very often pro forma. They actually sometimes have mixed up different cases, and their advice has been very often highly biased and, let's just say, extremely poor. They should instead be excellent. They should, for example, provide a precedent, the precedents that might be related to the case. They ought to be clear if they are going to discuss what the issues are or who the parties are that are being complained about, and they have often been just flat out wrong. This should be an improved relationship and not a reduced one. Thank you.
Next speaker.
May I speak?
Go ahead, speaker.
Hi. I'd have to say that I've actually appreciated the DCA's analyses of not just my cases in the past, but other cases that I've read for personal interest. I do understand and agree that much of it has nothing to do with legal advice, though. It's just a summary of what date, what happened, and copy pastes of the huge amounts of legal text in the Sunshine Ordinance. So if this task force was able to, during the complaint committee, or whichever committee serves as the initial committee for a complaint, basically would always have in their, they have a motion to submit it, and then they just say, here is the legal advice, here are specific legal questions that we have, and then maybe the attorney would write them between the complaint committee and the main one, and maybe if it was always standardized that way, that would be helpful. I do have to say, I'm the first person to fault the city attorney's office for what I think that they're doing wrong, but I have never seen personally bias in my cases. I know often my respondent is the city attorney's office, and the DCA is for you, one would hope, and one it would seem would have an ethical wall between their responsibilities for Mr. Herrera and the rest of the city and yourself. But I would hope that there'd be more substantial advice to you, and maybe there would be if they didn't have to do so many just basically timeline summaries. Thank you.
Next speaker. Okay. No more public comment. Any other anything else on this matter? members? So my one concern I have is that I have found. Okay, who's that? Go ahead.
This is Jessica Tedessa. Yes,
Go ahead, speaker. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. Yes, this is a public comment regarding the item that you were talking about right now.
Correct.
Hello?
Yes,
go ahead, Mr. Tedeschi.
Okay, yes. Hi. In terms of the summaries that the city attorney provides, I think that's definitely very useful. Please do not let that not be a regular practice at the Sunshine Task Force. In terms of having the city attorney present, I would think that in itself would actually be a supportive motion, if you will, for them not to be there, because at least there's a memo. If there's no memo, no attorney, then that reduces the public's access to information. It reduces public's access to meetings. It also, in my experience, and Anonymous has not experienced this, the last anonymous speaker has not experienced that, but I have, and I definitely would recommend to him 17055, 17056, 17057, and 17058. Those are all my first batch of complaints against the city attorney's office and the other agencies, and also the batch starting with 18011, 18012, and 18001.
Oops, we lost you.
Mr. Tedeschi?
We lost him. Okay, if he comes back, we'll let him finish his statement.
He'll have 1 minute.
One concern I have is, we're not attorneys. We do the best we can with what's presented to us and what is our understanding of the law, and that's why we have legal counsel. But to have legal counsel review a case to kind of maybe flag something that may not be within our scope of knowledge,
Hello?
to me is... Yes, Mr. Tedessa?
Yes, somehow I got cut off. It wasn't not on my end.
It wasn't on us.
Okay, please let me just finish.
Yes.
In my experience, like I said, 18011, 18012, 18028, and 18015, all those complaints actually had a summary, had a brief description of what the case was. I again agree. A lot of them were not correct in terms of the dates. They weren't correct in terms of the factual issues. But I believe that the reason that the city attorney is bringing this whole issue up is because that then shows as a record the conflicts between the city attorney's office and other city attorneys working within the office. There's no wall there. And my example of 18010 proves that point. In your committees, that whole file and that whole file against the city attorney's office, George Cochran and Robin Wrightsees, was not forwarded on purpose because of the issues that existed within that. And when you don't have a determination for 18010 based on jurisdiction alone, yet in the memo that Nicola has jurisdiction, it just shows for the record that something's going on there. So I definitely would support that. Still, please have those memos in there. Even if they are incorrect, at least it shows the inconsistencies for later on, for the record. I just want things for the record. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. To finish my point is, I find it be a little concerning that if we, a certain part of the ordinance or the CPRA or the Brown Act were to be flagged, that to have legal counsel be able to review the case before it comes to either during a complaint committee meeting or before it comes to the task force for hearing, that there be some opportunity for legal counsel to read through the case and determine if there are any issues that we may not see. I think that is part of legal counsel's kind of scope of work. Without it, then we're kind of, sometimes I think we're possibly flying blind. And the question would then be, was enough justice done? Because we are not able to get enough oversight on our cases. I think some kind of review to make sure that, okay, this is a trivial timeliness case, or this is a trivial minutes didn't get posted, within a certain time frame case. It's something that we could pick up anomalies on during those processes. But I think on more complicated cases, even if we're able to, get summaries written up, that it should demand some review. I got to tell you, if I have to read every single complaint that beforehand, before it actually goes to committee, and to have to, or any chair of any committee would have to do that, I think that is pretty onerous for the task force. I don't think any other commission in the city, any commissioner is required or is left with that task to do. They're provided with regular legal counsel and with staff to be able to work out and assure that all the issues that are pertinent to the case are provided ahead of time, so as not to burden the decision makers. I don't have anything more to say on that point.
This is Matt. I would just agree. I think that in some way we need to have legal counsel review the cases before it goes to the full task force, because I think it's exactly the point that you brought up, is there may be issues that we don't even know to ask a question about, but that might be a red flag for them when they read it or hear about it or learn of it. And I think that's vital. I know it's come up in past cases where they've tipped us off to a potential pitfall or something else that we need to look out for. And I think it would be a disservice for everyone on the task force and for all the members of the public not to have that as part of the review process.
Mark, what do you think about that?
Sorry, I'm on mute. Yeah, no, I appreciate all your thoughts and feedback.
Well, what do you think about that point? If we were able to muster creating summaries, if we sent the summaries to you for review, for legal review, is that something you'd be open to?
I think we can talk about a process offline. I'm not sure that's actually what you guys are discussing. For you to write us, but for me to review your summaries before the meeting and let you know if I flag an issue that's worth flagging. It seems like you guys are still developing what it is additionally that you'd want. But I mean, I think that would be better use of my time than simply writing factual summaries. Sure, you know, I think anything that could be in the more like legal analysis realm is just a better use of attorney time. So I mean, I'm happy to talk offline about the best way to do that.
I mean, for me personally, I just think it would be helpful to at least know that you've reviewed, you know, read the case, reviewed it, and had the opportunity to provide feedback to us before we hear it at the full task force. You know, if there is some type of legal issue that you think we should look for, even if it isn't
fair, and I think that's true. Yeah, like you know, I'm sorry that it's onerous to read the entire complaint for you guys, but I would expect that's something that you guys would do before the meeting.
And I don't think that's the point, Mark. Your audio went out. Mark, your audio went out. Mark, your audio went out. Mark, we can't hear you. Mark, hello?
Hello?
Yeah, we lost you there.
Oh, I don't know how far you got. I was just responding that I don't know if that was member Yankee that made that comment.
Yes.
Yeah, no, but I absolutely appreciate reading the complaint and being prepared at the task force meeting to come and discuss and bring up any so-called red flag issues or issues that I think are problematic or something that should be raised at the task force. Yeah, which I think that's part of what DCA can and should be doing. And there's no impediment to that. And I was just saying that I think it's a much better use of time than just distilling the background facts of the complaint into a summary.
Okay. Thank you. Cheryl?
Well, I was just going to say, if that's what you guys plan to do, you know, when I get a case and I've received everybody's responses and materials, before I had been sending all those materials out to Mark or Pater to create a memo. But now, do you want to read all those materials and not create a memo or just write a one-page thing? Or then you have notes to provide on whatever legal analysis is necessary? I mean, what would be my process? That's my question. What would be my process to help facilitate this issue?
Right. That's the logistics that I'm talking about. That if this quote-unquote summary is not going to be done by legal counsel, then the question is do we continue to need the summary? And if so, who's going to do it? Now, I had mentioned, I think member Hinsey was referring to it, I had mentioned that, I think it was the last meeting, that maybe it's paralegal work. Maybe there's a paralegal that, that could flag something with a lawyer's mind, legal mind, or perspective, that we might want to request legal advice from legal counsel. Question is that demands money. And then the question is can we find it? So I think Cheryl's question is a good one, because in our work to bring these cases to the fore, are we able to read through all the documentation without a summary? Or do we require a more modified summary? A one-pager, in some way, shape, or form? It's a question. But we need to make a decision on what we want, and then if it demands us going even before the Board of Supervisors requesting some funds, then let's figure that out.
Well, here's a question,
Go ahead.
Mark. Would you be willing to, I guess, sort of restructure your memos such that they focus on these red flag issues rather than just a recitation of basically the summary of a case?
Mark has a question to you.
Mark, can you hear us?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. I was asking, can you please repeat it? Kind of cut out halfway. You said, would you be willing to, and I didn't hear the rest.
Sorry, I said, would you be willing to kind of restructure your memos so that they focus on potential red flag issues rather than just summary of the case? Is that something you'd be willing to do?
Yeah, I think that's a lot better approach than just writing a factual summary for every memo. But I think the point is that, frankly, not every complaint that comes in requires any sort of detailed or even surface level legal analysis. So it makes sense that if there's an actual question that comes up, to delve into that, or if in reviewing it I see a legal issue, to flag that for the committee, absolutely. But just as a matter of course, to write a memo and say, like, here are the background facts, I don't see any new, that just says he said, she said, he said, she said, and goes back and forth, and then to say, it's up to the committee to make the decision whether there is or isn't a violation, especially if there aren't any red flag issues. It's just not a good use of time. If there is, like, certain red flag issues, like, hey, committee, you guys should take a look at whether jurisdiction really exists here, because I don't think there's a commission called the, San Francisco Circus Commission. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, sure, I'd be happy to do stuff like that, and that makes sense. Totally.
So let me suggest this. The task force has the privilege of having one attorney being assigned to it by the Society of Professional Journalists. And I'm wondering if that might not be a person to somewhat lead. Maybe that person is always the chair of the complaint committee and would act as some kind of filter to review the cases, having a legal mind and logic to at least pick up any flags that that might be in some question, whether they can answer them or not, because their field might not be in this body of law prospectively, and that might be kind of a first stage kind of thing. I mean, the provision in the ordinance for providing legal counsel, you have to define what that is. And I think what Mark is putting forward is that the memorandums he's been providing are not really memorandums. They are really summaries of the case of the facts being presented, and that it's not really legal, part and parcel to what the scope of what legal counsel does. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I have a comment. This is Luan. I use the virtual hand raising, but I don't know if it works. I do recommend having an attorney serve as the chair of the complaint committee. I did it for 2 years and I couldn't continue because of my work schedule. But I think that training that, I'm an attorney. I think training that you receive as an attorney kind of makes it a little bit easier for you to just look at the ordinance, see, determine what types of facts you need to have in order to support a violation for a specific part of the ordinance, and then be able to actively read the file in order to pick out those facts in order to support or show that there's not support for a portion of the ordinance where the complaint was filed.
And so my strategy when I was chair of the complaint committee was, if I did not have documents in the record to support a specific type of violation, I would not necessarily, recommend a denial of the complaint without prejudice, but maybe let the party know that, in order to support a complaint on this, you need to have some type of evidence in this file that shows, this is the date that you put in the complaint, this is the date that you received a response, and show that meets a violation based on the requirements of the ordinance. I think, that kind of, and that's like a very simplified version of legal work, but one that maybe just comes easier to an attorney because that's what you do all day long. And then from there, once we know that there's a complete file, then that's when the complaint should be coming to the full task force. If the file is incomplete, it was my strategy managing that committee not to have the file come to the full task force at all until it was complete. And in that way, also assisting the public in understanding, if you think that violation 67X occurred, these are the pieces of evidence that you need to have in the file to support it. So, with that, I would I happen to be an attorney. That's not a requirement of seat number 5. It's the League of Women Voters seat, but I think that the seat that's required to have an attorney that is nominated by the Society of Professional Journalists, I think it's a very good fit to have that person as the chair of the complaint committee, for them to be able to do that kind of very high-level cursory work. And as a government attorney, I do work on Public Records Act requests, and so that is my area of work. But I think for any attorney, even if you don't have that background of Public Records Act work, you can do that cursory work of identifying the portion of the ordinance and kind of what, pieces of paper need to be in the file to support a violation or not. So I support that recommendation from the chair.
Fiona?
And perhaps then part of the complaint committee used to be sort of a sussing out of the file, and perhaps part of that process now could be, do we need a sort of a supplemental memo on a red flag issue from our city attorney before we was heard by the task force. So.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we nail down a process that doesn't further bog down, what already is kind of a lengthy process, to get through anyway, because it already is cumbersome. So, Lila?
Yeah, the one thing I was going to say, it's always easy to assign work to somebody who's not at the meeting. We don't even have a person in that position right now. Assuming that is the next attorney, that position will be filled by the next attorney who joins our committee. I think what you're proposing makes sense. However, if we end up with more than 2 attorneys on the committee, I think we should be open to allowing it to be any attorney who is on the committee and not necessarily linking it to that particular seat. Sure. Because I think we're always going to have people who have different schedules and different availability, and I don't think we should unnecessarily burden that particular seat with a specific extra duty unless if it's not absolutely necessary.
Sure. I mean, we were lucky over this past term to have 3 attorneys at one point. Exactly. So, that was kind of luck of the draw at that point. Moving forward, that may or may not happen. So, I agree with you. I hear you on that. Anybody else? Okay. So, shall we come to some decision here, at least preliminarily? Because as of now, these summaries are not happening. So for today's meeting, I chose only those cases that already had memos in them. And I'll continue to do that until there's no more cases with memos. because then we'll have to, it gives us a little time to, to kind of get a new process rolling without it being so sudden or cold turkey. So I'd like for us to come to some decision today that we can all agree to, because it may or may not add to, some of our personal workload, and to Cheryl's.
This is Matt. My suggestion would be, and I think this is kind of piggybacking on what Member Hinsey said, is perhaps if we could just have the city attorney in the meantime, it's like, they might be open to this, just write something, even if it's a couple sentences that just says, we reviewed this file. It looks to be a simple matter of, dealing with 67 point whatever. We don't see any further legal issues, and leave it even at that. Or if they do see legal issues, talk about them, and at least that would save them from doing all the, the copying, pasting of all the various, lines that seem to be, taking up a lot of time. If we could just get a very, very simplified memo in the meantime and see if that works for us, I don't know.
Well, but again, there has to be some summary of the facts, and the question is, who's going to do that? Is that something that we ask our administrator to do, or is that something that a chair of a committee does? Frankly, people, I'm concerned about people's time and that people won't step up to be chairs in the future, knowing that this additional task is on. I'm just concerned about that, and I'm already concerned about the current workload that one person who runs our office already has. Cheryl's work is just not pushing paper. I mean, she has to answer phones, members of the public call. She has to interface with multiple times with different parties for each case. There's lots of communications that has to be made in order to get a file ready for the task force. I mean, it's a lot of work per case. So,
and it's not just per case, Bruce. Sometimes I will spend till 2:30 in the afternoon from 8 a.m. just answering emails. Sometimes that's what my day is, just answering emails.
Right.
And then I've got other things to do. So.
Well, maybe we should consider sending a memo or a letter to the board and let them know, the situation that we're in and that we need more resources.
Well, I had already, tried to do that informally to see if there was a way in. I already had mentioned that some months ago that the budget process is here. This is the end of the beginning of a 2-year budget process. But one of the things that is available to us is there's a mid-year budget review, and where everything gets appropriated because tax income and revenue comes in all the time, and other funds, and so when that money comes in, that's in excess of the budget. The board has an opportunity to appropriate that. So I would suggest that we absolutely do that moving forward, making sure that we always have an ask in there. But still, between now and the end of the year, there's going to be no reprieve. So what are we doing? How are we going to deal with this between now and at least the end of January?
Member Highland here. Perhaps, yeah. I don't know, maybe we continue this to there's a lot of good ideas here, but maybe we think on this until the next meeting. And maybe, cobble together some of the ideas that we've heard here, especially given how much time that we've spent on this right now. I need to jump fairly soon. I don't know about the rest of the members.
Okay. I just don't want us to get into a place where now we've got cases moving forward And now all of a sudden the process, this part of the process has changed. I hear what DCA Wolf is saying, that, we all read the complaint, we read the respondent's response to it. We can kind of make heads or tails of what's going on during the beginning of the complaint process. I get that. But I think a lot of us feel those memorandums or those summaries are valuable to our time also. We're not getting paid to do this. They are. So, just to be blunt about it. Other commissions, they do get paid, maybe, and they do a lot more work, hands-on work. So I'm willing to leave it here for now. The question is if we start bumping up against a lot of cases that don't have memorandums currently attached to them, then it's going to fall upon the complaint committees to, provide a summary. At least provide some content or context that makes it as easy as possible for Cheryl to write up. It's going to have to be a real team effort at that point. So, all right, don't all talk at once, I guess. So we'll move this. We'll keep this on the agenda for the next meeting. We'll get an update. This should be on every committee that I would say complaints and CAC for now, since EOT is not really meeting, at least for complaints and CAC who will be hearing complaints, to kind of talk about it there in those committees. All right, so no action. Let's move to the next item.
Yeah, a second. Okay. Item number 10. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I cut somebody off?
I was just saying thank you to Mark for.
Yeah,
attending.
thank you, Mark. I may call you tomorrow.
Sure, no problem. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Item number 10, Administrator's Report, Complaints, and Communications. Let's see what I got here. So I have a whole list of committee meetings through the end of December. One of the questions I had, I have listed for September 15th, the complaint committee. Is the complaint committee now going to start hearing complaints? Because the following week is compliance and amendments, and we still have the Andaries matter that needs to be concluded. Lila has worked on getting the city attorney opinion that we need, and we should be able to complete it, at that particular hearing.
Okay.
Now, shall we have? And my
Yes.
question is, if both committees meet, will they both be hearing complaints? And I will make sure that our cases do currently have DCA memos.
Let's assume that they'll both hear complaints, but I think both chairs, you and myself, should meet to determine, what the cases are, and how and which committee should be hearing what, and how to schedule them.
All right. I can come up with 2 drafts of an agenda for both committees. And if we're going to meet for complaints, it's September 15th. Today is the 2nd. So I do need to get notice of appearances out for the complaint committee. So I will have both agendas completed on Friday. I will send them to both of you. And then maybe if you're both available, like at 3 o'clock or something, we could talk. Or 4 o'clock.
Who's the chair of the complaint committee?
Well, that's just it. It was Rodman Martin, and he's not with us anymore. And as for members, it was either you or Josh. You were both alternating. And before Matthew
But
Kate
not
left,
as-
he was part
but
of
not
it.
as, but not as chair. We weren't.
I know. So we've got that to consider too. Who's going to be part of the complaint committee and who's going to chair it?
Anybody willing to step up to chair the complaint committee?
I can in September if you want me to.
Fiona?
Okay.
Yeah, I've done it enough times where I can do it.
Okay, great. Appreciate that.
You are more than a sport, Fiona. Okay, so who else is going to be on the committee with her? We need at least, it would be great if we could get 2 more people, guys.
Yeah, I mean,
Fiona?
EOT is not, EOT is going to be on hiatus right now.
Exactly.
So, and rules will only meet ad hoc. So, please step up.
What?
And IT will also only meet ad hoc.
Yeah.
What time are we meeting on the 15th?
Complaints
5:30.
usually meets at 5:30. Does that work for you?
Easy. I can do that.
Okay, great. So who else is going to participate? Chris, Matthew,
And Josh and Luan.
Josh?
Yeah, Luan actually is going to continue on the task force. The League of Women Voters has requested her to continue until
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
until the Board of Supervisors Rules Committee. So please, folks, pick that committee.
All right, this is Matt. I could try to do go ahead and put me down for the 15th for this
Matthew?
time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me check my calendar here.
Yeah, Chris, can you do the 15th? You've got a lot of experience on complaints.
I think so. Hold on. Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, Chris, thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
And then,
Perfect.
forgive me, this is Lila. Were you saying that you wanted both committee chairs to meet with you on Friday?
Well, I mean, if compliance and amendments is going to hear cases other than the one we already have forwarded, so what is the decision on that?
Yeah, I just want chairs to review all the, have a kind of a concerted, collaborative discussion about the cases, and because it's a matter of time too. If you have 2 really heavy, you can see that there are going to be 2 really heavy cases. You don't want to have them both in one committee. That's going to make the meeting go very, very long.
10 o'clock at night.
You
Yeah.
want to split them up. So there has to be some collaborative effort to creating the agendas for each of your committees.
So I was going to say, if we're talking Friday afternoon, I am available at 3, but I am not available at 4. I can only meet until 4.
I can do 3, but I might be a couple minutes late.
Okay. Then Cheryl, if you could provide a draft agendas for both, at least they'll have something they can review ahead of time.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to work on that. What's tomorrow, Thursday? Yeah, I want to work on that after I get the audio uploaded and do some basic things. I want to work on that and then make sure that I get it out to you tomorrow so that you have a chance to think about it.
And we'll talk offline about how we're gonna connect.
Yeah, at 3 o'clock on Friday. So Bruce, shall I set up a Teams meeting and it'll be the 4 of us, Bruce, Fiona,
Yes.
and Lila?
Yes.
Okay. I can
And
work on that.
This is an administrative meeting. This is not a decision-making meeting, on cases or anything. This is purely administrative, not a public meeting.
And Cheryl, do you need an extra member on the 22nd compliance? I can do that too.
That's Fiona and Lila, and so far Bruce has been standing in.
I can jump in there if you need.
Do you want that, Bruce? You want him
No,
to do?
that's fine. That's fine. I'm default and Josh is default. If others can't make it. Josh, it would be good if you could step up into one of these committees.
Yeah.
What was that?
It'd be good if you can step up into one of these committees, at least to fill in for part of the time, or to tag team with me.
Which are meeting on Fridays?
No. Meeting on the 15th and the 22nd to start with, and we hope by then we'll have more task force members.
Well, the 15th, the complaint committee, we have Fiona, Matthew, and Chris. So I think we're okay for complaints. And typically, it's just the alternate we need for CAC. Right now, Lila's chair and Fiona participates. Yeah. So if Chris wants to step in on the 20th, oh no, he's already doing complaints. Well, Josh, if you would step in, that'd be great. On compliance.
On the 22nd?
On the 22nd.
At 4:30, Josh.
It's 4:30.
So do I need to do anything with the Board of Soups as I won't be living in San Francisco as of the 15th?
What?
Oh,
probably a waiver, but
yeah.
That's okay. That's so that's going to be an issue.
So I can do the 22nd, but if you get the waiver going now, that you might have it in place by then.
He can't do a waiver because he's not reapplying.
Ah.
Oh.
He's actually moving out of the city.
So, on the 15th?
I mean, the 15th is when I'm legally no longer living there.
Oh, so you can't do the 15th either. Okay.
I mean, I guess I could do the 15th. I don't think I'm still living there through the 15th.
There you go.
Probably not a good idea. I think that's really cutting it close. Victor, what's your opinion on this?
Cheryl, I can do the 15th and 22nd.
What do you mean, Cheryl? I mean, if his residence is still active through midnight of the 15th, then he can certainly serve. He can certainly absolutely serve.
I want to give Victor's opinion on this. Victor?
That's fine, as long as he's still a legal resident while he's serving.
All right. So the complaint committee will be Fiona chairing, Matthew participating, and Josh participating.
Okay. This is Luam. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yes.
Victor, do you have any insight into when the Rules Committee might be taking up the nominations?
Well, they passed the ordinance yesterday to allow SPJ to make an additional nomination. The mayor has 10 days to sign off on it. And after that, it sits for 30 days before it becomes effective. And I believe the Rules Committee would like to hear all the appointments at one time and not split it up into two separate meetings. But it'd be up to the Rules Committee if they want to take it separately.
Thank you for that information. Yeah, I mean, right now I'm a little bit, I'm quite reluctant to sign up for more with the power outages. I mean, I'm working on that all day, 24 hours a day. I'm on call about the reliability issues. So I'm just very hesitant about making additional commitments on for committees in case I can't be there.
Understood.
And then the other thing is, and I hate to bring this up, but did you guys want me to chair the complaint committee until we get somebody else, or and then if I do it that, then I probably need to step off of CAC for a while. At least
I think that's what we're suggesting, is that you step off of CAC and you just do the chair of complaints.
Okay. Cool.
All right.
So, Chris, can I ask if you are willing to step in to work on CAC with Fiona's temporary departure?
On the 22nd, yes, I can do that.
Okay, so it'll be you and Chris, Lila, Chris, Bruce. Are you going to be a third?
Yeah, Bruce. I'll be a
But okay. I think Chris and I might be stepping off of CAC for a couple months while I continue to chair complaint committee, at least until we get more people. So
yeah, I'll give who's the chair of rules committee?
Me, but
Fiona.
No,
So-
Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Ronan?
Yes, it is Chair Ronan.
Okay. I'll give her a call tomorrow
Okay.
and see if we can move this forward, because as it stands right now, we're down to 6, and that's not sufficient. So, all right, very good, folks. Cheryl, anything else in your report that you need to bring up?
I just want to point out that in August we only got 5 new cases, which is considerably less than July. I only got about 103 emails, which is considerably less than July. That's minus anything administrative or from a member of my department. And the rest of it's pretty. Somebody say something? So, yeah, so
All right,
that's
keep
pretty
going.
much it.
Keep going. So,
Okay.
in your report, number 3, pending petitions and complaints, you say last month's total pending complaints is 98. And then you say this month's total pending complaints is 104. Is that a running total?
That is a total. Yes, it is. Each month, I count to see how many new cases we got, and then I include it in the committee hearing total and the total for this task force. For this month, it was 104, and last month it was 98. It's like 6 new cases. Like I said, it's a lot less than we got last month.
Oh, okay. So we have a backlog of 104.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so 97 are in committee and 7 are ready
Yeah,
for
but
the
they're
task.
they're from 2019. Those are cases from then.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Those we need to get to very quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay. Does
All right,
anybody have
great.
any questions? Anything you want to ask me? We didn't get public communications.
Okay.
No emails or anything. Yeah.
Is there any public comment on the administrator's report?
Yes.
Okay. Go
Hang
ahead.
on a
Speak.
second, Mr. Warfield. Okay, go ahead.
My main question is, what's your plan? Sounds like a gigantic backlog. I don't know how that compares to the past, but 100 complaints on backlog sounds pretty overwhelming. And the other question I have is, what is the second item in the list on item 10, complaints? What is that?
Second item.
I don't know what that agenda item refers to. What is it?
Item number 2. Item number 2 on the administrator's report.
On the agenda, you've got administrator's report, comma, complaints and communications. So I thought I heard about communications, and I heard from the administrator's report about a backlog and so on. I'm not sure what's the complaints portion about that.
We just talked about that.
We just talked about it. The
Is
complaints
that about your
portion.
backlog of complaints?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that's part of the administrator's report, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for paying attention to that, but I think it really needs dealing with, and I can certainly say that Library Users Association has a complaint pending, and I think it's a very significant complaint. I don't know how many other of that sort you've got. It might be useful to summarize them, but there are real issues of people being excluded from, and it's not just us, people not getting to make public comment, not participating in meetings for a whole range of reasons. For that matter, when you hear, say, at the Board of Supervisors or even here, hello, can you hear me? I think those are perhaps the more minor issues, but there are a lot of issues. It's not a smoothly, perfectly operating changeover to remote meetings. And I think that some of the issues are very, very relevant, and basic rights that people have to participate and to make public comment may be in jeopardy without any kind of resolution or treatment by your body. Especially, I would think, the more recent COVID-19 era problems are a whole new set of issues that I think it would be very useful and valuable to try and deal with, or even in some fashion discuss, maybe in a general way, I don't know. But I think there's some serious issues with regard to sunshine during this COVID-19 era that it would be important and valuable for you to get to as soon as possible.
Thank you. Any
Public
other
comment? Yes, that's Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes. So this is regarding Cheryl's administrative report and her duties and workload. I actually did not realize that the previous motion for the summaries not to be included from the city attorney's office is actually a done deal. So I don't understand why we're even talking about it if it's a done deal. The second point of that is, since it's a done deal, I was thinking that perhaps maybe even making a template for the complainants to actually make a just like it is actually outlined on those summaries or on those legal memos, the jurisdiction, make it more clear for the public. Perhaps that actually would solve everything in terms of the city attorney's involvement in those memos. Have the public perhaps include what they think is those specific issues. And that's it. That's my public comment. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Yes.
Go ahead, speaker.
Sure. So I'd like to start off with saying I agree with the last speaker that I think a more guided template for complaints. It's optional, of course. Like I never use your forms, but I know some people do, and it might be helpful for them if you laid out the kind of the elements of a violation. I think member Tesfaye was talking about how an attorney can kind of find those, but if you maybe directly asked for each of those in a kind of, oh, well, this is a 6721, this is a 6726, maybe you could have those templates. I as long as they're optional, I very much agree with the last speaker. And I would say that on the backlog, I think it says you have 7 for the full task force. I don't know how many of those 7 actually have memos. It sounds like you guys won't be hearing things without memos at the full task force. But one of the things that because I know I have one of those 7 cases. I don't know if those cases are still being handled in order, in like the order they were filed or the order that of the number. So I guess I'm not really sure what order they get handled in. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Next speaker. Okay. Seeing no other speakers, there's no action. Let's move to the next item.
Item number 11, amendments, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Yeah, announcements, not amendments. Yes.
You're right.
Anything?
I'm sorry. I'm tired.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's been a long meeting. Yes. No problem. All right. Anything for the good of the cause? No? Okay. Let's go get some nourishment and relax the rest of our day.
Okay.
Next item,
Thank
please.
you.
Public comment?
Public comment on what?
Item 11, isn't that what you just are taking up?
There's nothing to give comment on. There's nothing to report. It's not another opportunity for public
future
comment.
agenda items, for example?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
So this is Peter Warfield.
Hang on, Mr. Warfield.
What's that?
So
Hang
stop
on.
for a minute.
Hang on.
Now you may speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
this is
Mr.
Peter
Warfield.
Warfield again, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com. I think it would be really useful as future agenda item for the task force to have perhaps an opportunity for the public, especially because of the backlog of complaints, the public to speak about how Sunshine is working for them, what some of their issues might be, what some of their problems might be, and what they think might be needed in the way of amendments or anything else, or attention of some kind by, you've often considered amendments to the Sunshine Task Force, but also problem areas. So I think to solicit the public, I think would be very useful to get a sense. And again, we're operating in a brand new environment. I think it would be very useful to solicit the public to speak about what sorts of concerns and issues and problems they're having, particularly, well, with Sunshine in general, but and Sunshine violations in general, but certainly with respect to this new environment that we are in. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, let's go to number 12.
Sorry. Item number 12, adjournment.
So motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll
Moved by
second.
member LaHood, second by member Yankee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Opposed?
Aye. Aye.
Luam, do you have something to say?
No, I just said aye
Oh, okay.
and coughed.
All right,
Sorry.
folks. Have a good week.
All right. I have.
Bye, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you. Bye.
Safe.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you.
Remember to stop the recording.
I'm doing that right now. I have a note